Welcome, everybody, to the LaVergne Planning Commission, January 31st, 2023 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the December 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Second item of business, preliminary plat, Mission Hills, sections 1 through 6, 275 lots on 120.71 acres, requested by SEC, property located at 703 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 high-density residential zoning district, property owned by John M. Gilliand Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. Real quick, just two reminders. The Planning Commission workshop for February was moved to Monday, the 13th. So for those of you all who are used to the Tuesday night, it'll be Monday, the 13th at 5:30 in this room. And then the training is Saturday, the 25th of February, and that starts at 8. It runs 8 to 12, and that's up the street at the Planning and Codes Office, Stormwater Building, 5175 Murfreesboro Road. If you have any questions, please call me, and I'll be glad to help with any of that.
Sir.
So this request is for Mission Hills preliminary plat approval. This is sections 1 through 6, and this these phases have 275 lots on roughly 120 acres. So you can see there on the screen, it's the property outlined in blue, and it's a very large wooded tract. And there you see just a little bit closer view. This is I-24 to the north and east. And Woodland Hills is all of these homes here to the north that you see. So that's the neighbor to the north. And then down here to the south is Blair Road, and runs east and west here south of the property. And the zoning map, this property is all zoned R3, which is high-density residential. And also the neighboring property to the south is also zoned the same. And there is industrial to the east, and then R1 zoning to the west. And these are photos taken from Waldron Road. This project's been here a few times throughout the last year, but this is the main entrance off Waldron. There is a gate there. You'll see it in the photos. And primarily, that's the only way that's really visible in and out of this property is from there at Waldron Road. But again, it's heavily wooded, and on the screen now is the plan that shows all of the phases 1 through 6. And this one, the developer will build a new entrance road from Waldron Road that will take you into the development, and then these are the lots to the south of that new road, the single-family lots. And then this large tract to the south of that is will be a multifamily tract that will come through the Planning Commission with a site plan separately from the single-family products. And then this is just deeper into the development. There's some common area that's shown. And there's a closer view of that area. And there's not been any staff comments now for a couple months. They probably could have gone through in December or possibly gotten approval, but I think with the Christmas holiday, they just chose to defer instead of coming to that meeting on the 27th. So there weren't any comments then either, but that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 have deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village. Property located off Sand Hill Road, requested by Wamble and Associates. R2 Medium Density Zoning District and R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the subdivision acceptance for Minerva Village, and this property is located on Sand Hill Road on the south side. You can see here the location just off to the east is Sand Hill Village, and the Dollar General there at the three-way stop near Dollar General. So anyway, this is off Sand Hill on the south side, and there's a closer view of the property. There is two zoning classifications here. The R2 is the lots here that you see arranged up and down the main road is R2, and then there'll be a townhome component, which is R3, and that's on the west side of this development. And here's one of the plans that's been taken out of the plan set from Wamble and Associates that shows the lot arrangement. And then this is the final plat for the entire development, phase 1 and 2. This is the final plat for both of those. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
I can take this one. I've been working with developer on it. They have turned everything in, the as-built, the irrevocable dedication forms in draft. There is a cash bond on this one, so everything has been taken care of, and it's in order and ready to be accepted.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So on this one, we'll be accepting a motion for favorable or unfavorable recommendation to Mayor and Alderman.
So moved.
We have a motion for
Second.
favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 8, bonds and letters of credit update, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We did receive the one that we was waiting on January 19th, so it's been extended for one year. Everything else is up to date, all the way up to June, so once it gets closer to June, we'll get in contact with them to get that one extended.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments on the bonds? Item number 9, motion to set a public hearing for March 28th, 2023 for a resolution to amend section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations regarding fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And final item, questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Jason and Mr. Kevin. They're here to perform some fun magic for us today. We love them here at the library. I wonder if we scream our slogan like we do, our slogan, really loud, dream big, read. They'll hear us because you know what? I don't see them. I don't see them anywhere back here. I know they're not in the closet because I looked in there just a little bit ago. I don't know where they are. So will you help me on the count of 3 as loud as we can? Dream big, read, okay? We're getting good at this summer. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Well, they're still not back there.
Louder, Miss Lorna.
What? Louder? Can you all be louder? That's loud. Well, I think all together. Let's do it all together. Remember our slogan, dream big, read. One more time.
You think this will happen
I
here?
think it's gonna happen.
Wait. Where do you think we should start out at?
Let's go to that end of the room over
This
there.
side?
It might happen
Okay.
over here.
Excuse me, guys.
Excuse me.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Right here? You think this is it?
I think so.
Right there?
Right there where the wind's blowing out, right there, the air.
No.
You don't think so?
No. What if we went over there? You think we go over there?
Maybe we go over there. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Pardon me?
Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Fantastic. I'm just separating whole families here.
Pardon me? Squish a kid. Oh! There we go.
Here we go.
Right. Yep. Right there.
What do you?
Right
That
there.
look good?
Yep. Right there. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. No. Right there. Wait.
Maybe if we get right in front of this stage.
I don't know. I have a problem.
Thank.
It happened again.
Oh, could you just touch his toe right there? There's kind of a button there to help her out. Come on. You know you want to.
Hello.
There's.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
my
He gets
goodness.
stuck sometimes. He's old.
Let's try right up front there.
That's
They're suggesting
fantastic.
we go up front there. So let me go see.
That's a fantastic
there.
idea. Excuse me.
Right up here.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Right there.
Right there.
I think if we count to 10,
Is
they
everyone?
might have me. Look right there. 1, 2, 3. Right up there.
Right there.
I don't know if it's working.
I don't know if it's working
Is
either.
it up there, guys? Do you guys see it up there?
You guys see it?
You guys see it up
See
there?
it? You know, I think it happened.
You think we got them to look at the ceiling for a good 10, 15 seconds?
Yay!
Why? Why did we get them to do that?
Because we can.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are the Brothers Hocus. How you guys doing this morning? Yeah? Oh, wait, I forgot. I have to do this officially. Ladies! Boop. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I have to be reset. Sorry about that. But anyway, are you guys ready to have some fun? Yeah? All right, guys.
His name is
I'm Mr. Jason Mack, and this is...
Kevin Miller.
That's right. And we'd like to thank you for having us back here at the LaVergne Library. And we'd like to thank Miss... That's right, LaVergne.
LaVergne.
That's right. And we'd like to thank Miss Luna for having us here for Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Sneeze. They said it's not Dream Big Sneeze. It's Dream... They said it's Dream Big... Not Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Read.
Dream Big Read.
All right, guys. So I tell you what, I've got to go back here and get one little thing before we do our second trick. I'm going to let Mr. Kevin get started on our first trick. So you guys ready to have some fun?
Fantastic. Look at all the smiling faces out here today. We need a chair and we need one volunteer. All right. Thinking lady in the pink. Yes, you. Fantastic. Now, there's a prerequisite to this trick. Do you like marshmallows? Maybe. Have a seat. What's your name? Kiwi? Keely. Not like the fruit. Fantastic. All right, for this special trick, I need everyone to make a magical gesture. It goes just like this. Fantastic. You guys are so good. Now,
They put it up against their mouth, not their nose this time, right?
yeah, don't yank it up there. Just right up in there. Fantastic. All right. So this is a special trick in which you're all going to get to see the magic happen. But that's right. But only she'll get to experience the magic. That seem like a pretty good deal? Yeah, fantastic. All right. So, let's see. Come on in, find a seat. We're just getting started. So I have here a whole bag of marshmallows. We'll see what happens later on. All right. So here's how this is going to work. And remember, the magical gesture, just like that. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to place the marshmallow inside my hand. And if it's still in there, if we think it's in there, it's yours. All right? Now this is just a practice one. We're just going to position you out there. By the way, smile to everybody. They love to see you up here. Fantastic. Just a practice. 1, 2, 3. You think we got it? No? Well, then you wouldn't get to have your very own marshmallow if we didn't. That one is yours. And where I washed my hands beforehand? Or did I? That's the magic. All right, this one's for real, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Remember the magical gesture. Fantastic. All right? 1, 2, 3. Think we got it? You know, you're absolutely right. We didn't.
It's because you brought that.
The magical gesture is fantastic. So we're going to try this again. All right? 1, 2, 3. We did? We did. Shh. Magical gesture time. Children. I mean, you got one. So, you know what? This might be too easy for me. I think that these little marshmallows just might be a little too easy. So what we need to do, we need big old marshmallows. They're like, oh yeah. It'll be great. Charmin toilet paper roll marshmallows, what these are. That would be awesome to have, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Look at him. Look at him.
Just so, the magical gesture, so that the magic can happen. All right? 1, 2, 3. It's gone? But where did it go? But do you know where it went? No, not a clue.
Thank you for being our volunteer.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness.
Your sunglasses.
You know what that was?
That was just awesome.
That was silly.
That was silly.
All right, hey guys, we're going to move on to the next. What we got here next today is something that's the first time we brought here to the LaVergne Library. It's kind of silly. It's kind of fun. We have the Adventures of Super Frog. Now, how many of you wants to join us in the Adventures of Super Frog today? Raise your hands really super duper high. All right, what I need everybody to do is I'm going to bring out Super Frog. We got to bring him out, and what we're going to do is we're going to yell out really big and loud. Come on out, Super Frog, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, what a great welcome. All right, so what we got to do is we're going to join Super Frog in his superhero adventures today. And we've got to find 2 people to join me on stage. Now wait, first of all, I have to ask Super Frog, hang on just a moment. All right, wait. No, what? I don't, I think she could be married, Super Frog. I don't know. Let me see. Wait, what the, oh, wait. This lady, right back here. What? Yep. This lady right here in the pink shirt? Okay, all right, would you I think he's talking about you. Would you mind joining us up on stage? All right, come on. Now, come on right over here. Hi there, what's your name? Ashley. Say hi to Super Frog, Ashley. Super Frog, why don't you say hi to Ashley? What do you mean, hello, baby? Super Frog. Take a rest. Okay. Now, first of all, you're going to be our damsel in distress today, okay? So there's a couple of things I'm going to do. We're going to make you pretty. We're going to add some things here from the owl. We're going to make you very pretty here. We're going to add a tiara, just like so. And I need you to hold on to these 2 pieces of candy because they will play an important part in today's story. Now, we have our superhero. We have our damsel in distress. And there's one more person we need. What is the other person that we need in a superhero? Wait. What character do we need in a superhero story? A bad guy? A villain? Is that what you said? No, we need a villain. We need a villain. Right?
Oh. Where is this Super Frog? Is he here?
Super Frog's here.
Oh, alas, we meet again for the first time today.
What are you doing here?
I'm the villain.
I was about to pick someone else to
Oh,
help
an
us out here.
apprentice! Fantastic! I love. Oh, okay. I need someone evil. Someone evil. Oh, look at all the energetic evil. You know who's evil. Parents, point to the evil ones. Oh, fantastic! Very good. Let's see. Oh, you, sir, you look especially evil today. Oh my goodness. So much evil in you.
Come right up, join us here on stage.
Let the hate flow through you. What's your name?
Timothy.
Timothy. How about evil Timothy? All right, yes. Fantastic. Now, if you would just stand right here.
Right up there, that's right. Now,
Fantastic.
there are 2 things that I think you need to give our villain to
yes.
make him a villain just as good.
You need an awesome disguise like mine. So if you would just face out in the audience, and we will get that for you. Here we go. You'll need, oh, this is going to be fantastic. You need a mask, like so. Feel free to play with it any way you like.
Perfect.
We have nocturnal animals falling over. And we need to put on the cape, if you would.
Is it the Cape of Doom?
All right, here we go.
All right, stand right there. Back up just a little bit there.
Yes, back up.
Just a little bit. All right.
Fantastic. Here we go.
Okay. So we have our villain in training,
Villain in training,
and we have our damsel in distress,
damsel in distress.
and we have our superhero who is Super Frog. That's right.
Something like that.
Now, first of all, let me give you guys a little bit of the story of what's going on here in the town of LaVergne. Is that right? No. Anyway, in the town of LaVergne, our evil villain has been trying to collect all the candy in
I
the
will
city
try to collect
and
all the
trying to
candy.
keep it in a safe.
Oh, here we go. I have all the candy in the safe.
When recently, our damsel in distress has just returned from a candy store, and our villain decides to add to his collection.
Excuse me, if you would just hold on to our safe. Very good. Go, Timothy. Oh, excuse me?
Evil Timothy.
Evil thief.
And our villain comes upon the scene and takes the candy from our damsel in distress.
It's part of the story. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. I appreciate this. What we will do
And
is
returns to the evil hideout where he's going to add to his collection of candy.
I shall now add to my collection of candy.
Perfect. When suddenly our damsel in distress begins to cry because she has just lost her candy.
She doesn't seem very worked up over it.
No, she doesn't.
Maybe you should have got better candy.
Well, first of all, let me add this to it. Recently, our villain has been doing some updating to his hideout. He's just recently added a trap door.
Oh yes, we need a trap door.
It's actually a refurbished trap door. Why do you have a refurbished trap door?
Well, you see, evil isn't as economically feasible as it used to be back in the day. Ever since the dissolve of Lehman Brothers and stuff like that, we just can't do that. So here's what we'll do. We'll put that right there.
That's right. Now, Super Frog, what his biggest trick is he can go from one place to another without being seen. And hopefully, as long as he has his cape, he has his superpowers, and he'll be able to make that trip. Now, first of all, you know, it might be a good idea to make sure that you don't have any frogs on your side of the stage.
I think so. Would you look in there, see any frogs?
No frogs.
Any frogs? Any frogs? You know?
No
You good? Fantastic. Now what we'll do is we'll put that right there, and you just hold it like so.
There you go. Hold it just
Fantastic.
like that. Now, just as soon as our damsel in distress began to cry, Super Frog showed up on the scene.
Oh, you did
On
it.
the scene.
Oh,
That's right. Thank you, ma'am. Now, if you would be kind enough to move around in the audience, it would sound like a whole lot more people were laughing.
I see what you did there.
Now, Super Frog is going to go in from here on the scene, and I'm going. Now, let me ask you something. If I promise to let you hold on to Super Frog, will you promise me one thing?
One scene.
You will not kiss him or attempt to kiss him. Okay. All right. What I want you to do is hold him up right there to your chest. Hold both sides. Grab both sides of the envelope. Put him right there to your chest. And what we're going to do is we're going to count to 3 and see if we can get Super Frog to jump from one side of the stage to the other. Okay? All right. So you hold it real tight. Don't let him out. You hold yours real tight. Don't let him in, but we're going to see if we can do it, okay? On the count of 3.
Oh, he'll be
One-
fine. He won't let nobody in. Look at him. He's tough.
One,
The best evil person ever.
2, 3. Did you feel anything happen? Nothing? Hang on just a second. Hey, Frog. Doing a show here. Yeah. Come on. No, you don't have time for a barbecue. Let's try this again. You hold on to him real tight. Hold on to the edges right there. All right, we'll try it again. We're going to make one more. We're going to try one more attempt to make the jump. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anything?
No.
Anything? Nothing? Hang
I'm
on,
beginning
hang on,
to
hang on.
suspect Super
Wait.
Frog is not so super
Hey,
after all.
hey, you're showing me up, Frog. We got a show to do. All right, we're going to give you one more chance. Okay. We're going to give him one more chance, okay?
Maybe Evil will win this time. You think?
Evil never wins.
Evil will win this time.
No. Here we go. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
No.
No? No? All right, Froggy. Froggy Pants. What do you... Now, let me tell...
Oh my goodness.
You told me nothing happened.
He was like cardboard a second ago.
Super Frog has left the scene. Now wait. Do you think he made it into the trap door? I bet he...
No, look at this guy. He's so full of not letting frogs in trap doors. He just can't have
Let's see. Let's see.
it. We
Did he
are
make it in the
excited about frogs today, apparently.
Yes. What? What if...
Oh my goodness.
What is it?
It's his cave.
He's naked.
What? Oh, wait. Oh, man. Now this is not good because Super Frog cannot complete his task if he doesn't have his cape. So
Oh,
what
that's
I've got
fine
to
with
do...
me. That's okay. We don't need him.
Yeah. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to send it back to him, okay?
I know where
On the
he
count
is.
of 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. And just like that, it's gone. Now, you know, I bet if we're in good luck, he probably found the way to your safe, and he probably got all of your candy back.
What? What were you doing? What were you doing?
You let him get all the candy. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now, you know, Super Frog might still be in your lair.
You know, he might. We should go look for Super Frog. Come. Refurbished my rear end.
Well,
Are you seeing a frog?
what?
See the frog?
Whoa! He did it! Guys! Super Frog made it!
Buddy.
He got the candy back!
Okay. Prepare to take the blame in 3, 2, now.
Wow! That was kind of crazy. You know what? Super Frog, being the superhero that he is, says that if you will join the good side, he bets that she will share one of these pieces of candy with you. Are you willing to go back to the good side? Are you willing to let him have a piece of candy if he goes to the good side? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to our volunteers who joined us today. And thanks, Super Frog. Thank you. Let me stand your stuff there for me. Thank you, guys. Woo! Sorry, babe. Yep, there we go. Thank you very much. You guys having fun? Yeah? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move on to something. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why do you have a menu?
No, he's.
Oh, it's break. It's break. It's
Break.
The librarian wanted us to do magic and said we could have one break.
No. We don't have time. We've only done 2 things.
Yeah, and now it's break time.
You don't have time to leave and go out and get any food. It's time to. We got to go on with the show.
But you see, I really want this. I don't know. What do you think would be best? What do you like? I love the audience participation.
It's very loud.
That's a lot of it. Chicken wrap. I like the hamburger myself.
Well, but even if you do like the hamburger, look, we don't have time. We've got to go on with the show.
Okay.
So-
well, what if I ordered in?
No, we gotta go on.
Sorry.
So we don't have time to eat. You don't have time to go anywhere.
Sorry.
What? Fries too? Really? Really? Okay. Well, if you made this, then surely you can make another. You can get me some, right?
I don't know.
You said it was. You had no
Um,
time for break time.
Because there's a lot of
What?
Salad.
You get the last. Well, I'm not gonna eat these. You are eating these. Let's move on. We got other stuff to do. You can finish these after the show.
All right.
Give me these. Give me these. Give me
Can
these.
you
Give me
order
these.
all of us?
All right. You know what we need?
Glass of water.
Probably so. We need 2 volunteers. Okay. Right? Okay. And I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna try to choose a boy and a girl. Try to be fair this time. I'm gonna use this young man right here in the blue, and I'm gonna let you pick somebody.
Oh.
Is that too good? Got to pick about the same height somewhere around there.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh, someone from the back. You.
Yes.
Pigtails. Yeah.
Who?
No. You. Yeah. Number 14. Come on up.
Woo!
Or no.
Or you? 04.
04.
That's right. 04. What a great year. Okay. All right. Are you guys glad you volunteered? Maybe not in a minute. We'll see. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little something here today. We're gonna do something called the Houdini chain escape. But we need you guys to help us out a little bit.
You know
Okay?
what else I think we need?
What?
We need everyone to dial it down just a bit. Bring it down.
We want to make sure everybody else can hear what's going on. Okay? All right. It's very hard. I know some. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do Houdini's famous chain escape, but we're going to do it a little bit differently than we've done in the past here today, and that's why we have you guys up here, okay? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to stretch this out right in front of us. I'm going to give you that in, sir. I'm going to give you this in. And this is, parents, this is a great photo opportunity. It will get better. Put your head right through there. Put your head, just your head. Yeah, there you go. That would be your head. There you go. Perfect. There you go, right through there.
Oh, wow.
Up.
The cranial capacity of this one is tremendous.
That means she's smart.
Stand by for magic.
Can you just do a magic?
Oh, just wait. The strong magic man.
Yeah, really. What is this stuff made?
This is the stuff great shows are made of.
Hold still.
That's
There we
great.
go.
Woo, perfect. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. All right, I want you to step over this way a little bit. You step over that way a little. You step that way just a little bit. Perfect. Right. Now, there's only one more thing we need. We need to make this a little bit more perfect. You know what would make this even better? We haven't used an animal in the show. We need to make some bunny rabbits. Perfect. What do you think? You know what, Kevin? I'll give you the one with the sparkles. That's right. No. What? Not for you. That's right. For these guys right here. Perfect. Aren't you so glad you volunteered?
Now you gotta wiggle your nose like a bunny.
Oh, no. All right. So here's what we're going to do. All right? These guys are perfect. All right, so I need somebody to bring me up. I need to bring somebody up here to lock me up, and I'm going to actually ask for an adult. Wait. I'm actually going to ask for adult for this one, okay? Just for, oh, I know. Okay, so do I have an adult who wants to volunteer, or do I get to come pick you?
We'll let your kids decide.
Oh, yeah. Who we got? Come on. Oh. Will you come up here and help us out? Awesome. Everybody give her a round of applause. Yay! Check it out. Hi there. Thank you for volunteering to be a victim. No, I'm just All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to have you lock me up in chains, okay? I'm going to put these behind my back. First of all, I want you to check out the locks. Make sure there's no funny business about the locks. They seem pretty normal.
Well, we all seem pretty normal.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these on. I want you to lock these. Hang on just a second, bud. Can you bring this up right here? Wrong one. Oops, wrong one. It's all right. There we go. And we're going to make this as tight as we possibly can. Whoop, that's okay. Just bring the one on the end up. Might have to, how about this one right here? There we go. There we go, perfect. Awesome. There you go. That's what counts. Push it on in, it won't hurt. Yep. There we go, perfect. Now we're going to do the same thing with the other two on this side right here. Check it out, make sure it's good and locked up. I'm going to walk out here and let you guys check it out a little bit. Okay. Tell me when we're locked on that side. Good and locked?
Almost.
Almost.
She's almost there.
There, I heard it snap. Right, cool. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk over here, you guys. I want you guys to pull on that. Make sure it's good and locked right there. Pull on it good and tight. Thank you. I'm going to come right over here. I'm going to have you guys pull on that. Check it out. Make sure it's good and tight. Good and tight? All right. Gesundheit. Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and we're going to try to do a quick little escape right here. All right? So what I want you to do is I want you both to look out there and smile really, 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 really big. Now, if you could move down just a little bit, just bend down just a little bit lower. That's right. We're still locked up here. Okay, good. It's good. All right. Now, what
I think they need to separate a little bit. Go.
Come down just a little bit right there. That's good. Good right there. I think that's good. What if, I'll tell you what, if we scoot you forward just a little bit, that's right, and you go forward there just a little bit. I don't know what's happening here. This could be kind of strange. I tell you what, now if I go back out here like this, now wait, what if, now wait, hang on. I tell you what, we're going to make this a little bit more interesting here, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold of this lock right here. Hold that right there. And I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold, put your hand right there, and hold on to that lock right there. Now, stay right there for me. We are going to take the bunny ears off here real quick. Stay right there. Stay right there. Oh! Hang on. Now wait. Uh-oh. We're stuck again. Whoop. Up.
Just yank it off. It'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Now, you guys can go back to your seats. That's right. What? You mean, wait, you guys sat together, right? You guys didn't sit together? Well, I guess you're going home today together. Hang on just a second. We'll get them unlocked. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, give our friends a nice round of applause. I hope these are the right keys. No? All right, thank you very much, sir. Why did you top that, Mr. Kevin?
You know what? That's going to be tough to top. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we need everybody's attention one more time. So we... Okay, top it.
All right. That was pretty good. But I think it's time for me to wander out into the audience and juggle 3 flaming chainsaws.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know Miss Lorna loves, Lorna loves fire.
Oh, yeah.
Fire? No, we gotta know.
All right.
Okay.
How about 4 screaming children?
Yeah! No, can't do that. No,
wow.
Wow, that was a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
No, no, I don't think
And
we-
they come pre-screamed. Okay.
Bring it down 1 notch, thank you.
Okay, how about
Screaming chicken.
How about 3 50-pound bowling balls?
Yes.
Yes. I love the bowling ball idea.
No.
The bowling. Okay, how about this? Okay, because I love the bowling ball idea. How about we make a bowling ball appear from a magical, mysterious place? A land that time forgot.
Yeah, no.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever, let's go.
All right, fantastic.
So, wait a second. Let's make this a little bit harder on him, okay? Should we make this a little harder on him?
I heard one no. I heard
One
one
no. She's cheering you on.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
So what we're gonna do, I think maybe we should make him pick out a color. That way he won't know. We should pick a color. That way he won't know what color bowling
I
ball.
want a little one. I don't want to make this too hard. I wonder if this little girl right here who's making way to the stage right now, you want to help us out on a trick?
Come on
You want to
down.
help us? What's your name? That's right. Help us out? Maybe?
Should we help us out?
We're gonna pick
Okay,
a
awesome.
fantastic. Yeah, high five.
Woohoo!
Low five, but that'll work.
That's
So,
all right.
We got all these balloons over here. Okay? All these balloons. And we got pink balloons and red balloons and orange balloons and green balloons and blue balloons. Now what you do is I want you to take a handful of these balloons, just grab a handful. I want you to stick them in the bag for me, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Don't tell me what to do.
There's one.
What happened?
It's unzipped.
What?
Yeah, you are. Oh, you know what, Jason?
What?
Oh,
Oh, excuse me.
you might want to zip your zipper.
Oh, yep. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Put them all right in there. Put them all in there. Get as many as you want.
You want a few more in there?
All right.
Fantastic.
I think
You
that's
are a
good.
pro at this.
I think that's good.
Now what Mr. Jason's going to do is he's going to shake them up.
Shake the balloons, not your body.
Does that finger taste pretty good?
Shake the balloons, not your head.
All right. Now all I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes and reach in and pick one balloon out.
Can you reach in there and pull out one balloon? Reach in here, babe.
No.
Right here. Look, right here. Reach inside. Reach inside. Pull out one. Pull out one. Pull out one.
Got it? Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
Fantastic. I'm going to take that. Thank you so much.
Now,
So, we have our one red balloon. So we know we want the bowling ball to be red, okay? Of all these colors. You pick the red one. Cool? You like that? You want a balloon to take home? You can have that one. Awesome. Okay, so what we need now is a special magic cloth. Okay? Special What we need is a special magic clock. Oh, good. Good. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this back over here. Like that. All right. So if you would stand right here and look out. You don't have to look out. Just like that. And Jason is going to hold that end. And I need you to hold this end. Can you do that for me?
Can you hold this side? Grab a hold. There you go. Perfect.
Fantastic.
Okay. What are you doing anyway?
Oh, well, I'm going to make a bowling ball appear. From behind the curtain. Ooh. Oh.
Hold it up
Real
high.
tight.
Hold it
Real
up
tight.
high.
You got it?
There you
Good
go.
job.
Hold it tight. Wait a second. What are you doing?
Magic sounds like a balloon sometimes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That you can actually keep that. So put that in your hand right there. And
Smile
come
real
over here.
big.
Smile at everyone in. I see how you did that, Land. Hold that. You got it? This is the best. Bowling ball. Think round thoughts.
Think square thoughts.
Go. What are you doing? Wait. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowling ball appear.
Right. Hang on. Hang on. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is a bowling ball. His name is Bali.
Is that a bowling ball?
What do you think?
You like it? Wait, I have something for you know what? I'm gonna go get him a special reward for his bowling ball. Just wait. It'll be good.
See, Bali has a whole backstory. It's fun. See, he was the only bowling ball that could actually jump over the pins because he doesn't like confrontation. And right over here. And
Now wait a second.
Thank you. I don't know if he'll let me do that again, so you can keep that.
Now wait. You promised that you were gonna make a bowling ball here.
I did, and then you popped it.
That wasn't really a bowling ball. Was that really a bowling ball?
You can actually grab a seat now if you want. You want to grab a seat?
So
Thank you so much.
I think you need to do what you promised. I think you need to do what you promised. You need to make a bowling ball here.
Okay. It's fine. I have something just in case for these sorts of incidents. All right. It's kind of like a magician's insurance.
Okay.
Yes, like a first aid kit. And here is the kit. It's our just in case case. Just
Really?
in case. So, remember that we wanted a bowling ball. And we wanted it red. And we wanted it from 0 to 50 pounds.
You didn't like stop doing that.
So, ta-da!
I think that was pretty good. Let's give Mr. Kevin a round of applause. All right. Woo.
Fantastic.
All right. Okay. Have you guys had fun?
Well, we certainly did.
Yes, we did. But I think it's just about time that we have to head out. What? What?
You want to wade through the children?
I'm not gonna give it to you. Do you need it for today?
Well, wait. You know what? You know what we haven't done?
What?
We haven't taught them how to do a trick.
Is
Or
that
how we
what this is? Is that what you got here?
Well, we usually don't, but you know, I'm feeling kind of nice today. Maybe. Would you guys like to see how we do a trick? How we learn how to do a trick? All right, I'm gonna trust you guys. If you, Miss Lorna, if you would hand it to a child and you let them pass it forward. Pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward. Hopefully it'll still be alive when it gets up here. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's still good.
Okay, cool. All right, now, first things first. Before you guys get to learn, before you guys get to learn how we do a trick, you have to take the oath. Are you guys ready to take the oath? Okay, you have to. Okay, you have to raise your right hand. Some of you, your other right hand. For those of you who don't know, raise both hands and that'll work. All right, so you have to repeat after me, okay? I promise not to tell how the trick is done. While Mommy and Daddy will go on the road with me and Mr. Kevin and the Brothers Hocus touring show, and we'll have to go to every show again and again and again, and they will see all the things that we have to do, and I don't know if I can come up with anything else to say, and I'm just going to keep talking until I get...
Forever and ever, amen, with liberty and justice for all.
You know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? When I said, you know, the parents would have to go on the road with us, they were like, get your hands up. Get your hands up, kids. Get your hands up.
Everyone get your hands up.
All right, you guys. Are you guys ready to have a little fun and learn to see how we do a trick? Okay, this is going to be me and Mr. Kevin, okay?
So we need everyone to...
absolute silence. Okay? All right, let me see. You know, we get these things. Sometimes they're kind of mixed up and bagged up the weird ways that they are. Oh, hey, they put the instructions on top this time.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay,
Good
so I'll give you some instructions.
All right.
Okay? And I've got a good box over here. All right. This will be good. Let's see here.
Yep.
Is that alien? Wait, oh, I see. Hang on. Can I see this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
You're so
Wow.
probably cleared
Makes
up.
a difference.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Dear sir or madam,
I'm a sir.
do you have a problem being cool?
No.
All right.
I am cool.
Do you often long to be the center of attention?
Of course.
Are you interested in astounding your friends, amazing your companions, befriending your companions, and amazing your astounders? Is there a void in your life that can only be filled with the sounds of applause and the laughter of children? Or are you looking for that final last-ditch effort to repair a relationship with a husband, wife, coworker, or offspring? Or are you broadening your horizons in a knee-jerk reaction to the economic baseball bat that is beating your company into submission?
Oh my gosh, did you just read like a whole book?
Yep. Then you've purchased the right product. We at Acme Magic stand by all of our products with this simple promise. If you don't get it right the first time, magic probably isn't for you.
Sounds like skydiving.
Your purchase of the Vanishing Bandana comes complete with 2 props.
Okay.
One, a single square of dark cloth, and a yellow bandana.
Uh-oh.
It's a yellow banana.
Kev? Kev, we have a problem.
Let's get started.
Wait.
First, pick up the bandana.
Which one?
The yellow bandana. Fold the bandana in half. That's right, fold the bandana in half. Now, fold it one more time. Take the folded bandana and hide it in your left hand. This is what magicians like to call taking the folded bandana and hiding it in your left hand. Remember to keep your hand held in a natural position, but be careful not to reveal the hidden bandana. Now that you've mastered hiding the bandana in your left hand, you're ready to begin.
No.
Are you having fun yet? And so I continue. Open the folded bandana. Show the audience that it is indeed a regular bandana by waving it up and down. If an audience member does not believe that it is indeed a real banana, allow him or her to wipe their face on it. And down. Now, pick up the dark square of fabric and gather the four corners together.
Okay,
This will create a small bag.
sure.
Have you done that?
Yeah, it's great, I promise.
All right. Using your free hand, fold the bandana along the creases you made earlier and drop it inside the makeshift bag.
Yeah,
From the outside of the bag, squeeze the bandana into a small little ball. That's right, really squeeze it.
yeah.
It's too late to turn back now. What the audience didn't see is that you never actually put the bandana in the makeshift bag at all. You really kept it hidden in your left hand the entire time. Remember what we learned? Taking the bandana, hiding it in your left hand? Yes, I'm sure you do. Now, don't forget to keep your left hand held naturally.
Oh, gosh.
Now
yeah.
make a magical gesture
Yep.
and fling the bag open and receive your well-deserved applause. As compliments of our sister company, Church Street Fruit and Nuts, we have enclosed a complimentary banana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Brothers Hocus. We hope you enjoyed having us today. We had a good time performing for you. And you guys have a great day, okay?
The whole time the bandana was a banana.
Can you imagine elephants right in your own backyard? Pretty cool, huh? Well, that depends on whose eyes you're looking through. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay, along with our family of Asian elephants. You can see how big elephants are. In fact, they're the largest land animal on Earth. But along with their size comes enormous strength. And that combination doesn't always make them compatible with humans. We'll find out why shortly when we learn more about elephants, their habits, and their environments. We'll meet people who are passionate about elephants, from local villagers to researchers in Africa and the United States. We'll even find out how chili peppers are actually helping to save wild elephants. We know a lot about elephants, yet there's still so much that's unknown. So let's take a look at them from all sides in this episode of Saving a Species, the Elephant Story. Elephants have captured our interest and our hearts since humans first appeared. They've been revered, respected, feared, and even domesticated. Yet their needs and our needs don't always match. Humans have been challenged to find ways to share space with these magnificent animals, especially as the human population expands. Today, elephant populations are declining. Currently, African elephants are listed as threatened on the endangered species list, while Asian elephants are listed as endangered. But why? There are several sides to the elephant story, and we can try to share many of them through the eyes, ears, and voices of humans. But what about the elephant's perspective? Over the years, we've gathered enough information to take an educated guess at what this view might be. Every time I visit Africa, it's a whole new experience. And this recent trip was no exception. Although I never know exactly what I'll come across, one thing's for sure, I will definitely see animals. We've just arrived at Amboseli National Park, and look what we run into, a female with her 2 offspring. Seeing elephants in the wild is incredible to me. And coming from an urban perspective, I wonder how anyone could want to hurt them. So, I'm trying to find out more information.
When it comes to crops, I know we've lost quite a number of elephants because of that. You know, they go crop raid and then the people become, mad with that, and then the KWS has to go maybe shoot an elephant because of something like that.
Soila talked with me about the research program that the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported. The study is trying to gain insight on how locals feel about elephants. Now, Soila understands their pain when they lose an entire field of crops to hungry elephants. On a recent trip to Rwanda, Jack Hanna realized there were mixed opinions about elephants within the village itself.
Do you like the elephant?
He said no. He said no.
The elders don't like the elephants because they destroy their village. But the children are more curious, especially about this particular bull. And in Kenya, Friends of Conservation mentors are teaching students the value of nature on all levels and the role it plays in their daily lives.
This is a different area whereby human beings are living, coexisting with wildlife. So there is need for these young men and women to learn how to live with wildlife.
Elephants are what is known as a keystone species. This means that many other animals depend on elephants for their own survival. They're herbivores, and the vegetation they eat and digest helps disperse seeds. During migration, elephants use the same paths, creating trails that other animals and even humans use to travel. Their tusks are used to dig wells, generating multiple water sources throughout the habitat. As elephants move through the environment, their large size helps bring down vegetation within reach of many smaller species. The presence of elephants in an ecosystem is extremely valuable and impacts many other animals and plant life. That's why it's critical that we learn as much as we can to help increase awareness and preserve elephants and their habitats. When they go outside of the parks or when there's a lot of people nearby, oftentimes elephants and humans run into conflict. Fresh elephant dung. I tell you, it might be something you think that we shouldn't be talking about too much, but there's so much information that has to do with elephant dung. I mean, first of all, they go just about every 2 to 3 hours because they're constantly eating throughout the day. When they do defecate throughout the day, they can lose as much as 500 pounds. So they have to keep eating. And one of the other most important aspects about the dung is that it actually contains the seeds of grasses, the seeds of fruits, the seeds of trees, and what they're doing is they're dispersing those all over the savanna. This is the way new plants and new trees grow. Humans and elephants have had to share space since they first encountered one another. But in recent years, conflicts have escalated. And when it comes to what we term human-elephant conflict, it's a complex issue with many sides, but there are solutions.
Most of them are here because the mothers are poached, and others are here because of human wildlife conflict.
Oftentimes, elephants and humans run into
Wildlife parks,
conflict.
where there are also people living, and a great many times there tends to be some conflict between the interests of the
Mostly
people and the interests
when
of the
it comes to conflict, you know, like spearing and all that, it is done by the warriors and not the old men and not the women.
Attitudes about elephants and how they can live compatibly with humans plays a big role in elephant survival. Currently, most African and Asian elephants are managed in protective parks, but this doesn't mean they don't sometimes roam into areas populated by people. And when that happens, they're not necessarily met with open arms. Like in the US, we've all heard stories of a bear wandering into a campground at Yellowstone, an alligator turning up in a swimming pool in Florida, or deer eating the vegetable garden in Wisconsin. Our attitude toward these situations is kind of similar to African and Asian attitudes towards elephants. But think about this. What if that vegetable garden was our sole source of food for our entire family? From that perspective, it's a lot more serious.
Those people are growing crops, they depend on the crops, and then the elephant will go crop raid and all that and finish all the crops, so they're not happy.
Elephants have been killed in retaliation or as a preventive means to protect crops. And as agriculture and development sites expand in Africa, the elephant's territory grows smaller, increasing the chance for human contact and conflict. During my recent visit, I witnessed the results of this complex problem firsthand. We came upon this really incredible event this morning. As we drove up, they had already darted this big bull elephant that probably weighs over 10,000 pounds. But he was speared in the foot by a Maasai. We talked earlier with Soila about human-elephant conflict, and here it is right now. Fortunately, we've got the veterinary service, the elephant researchers, as well as the Kenyan Wildlife Service, and they're all helping this animal right now. This elephant must have ventured too close to the village, and fearing for their crops, livestock, or safety, was speared by the locals. You wouldn't think a little spear wound could do that much harm, but these injuries often get infected. And that's what happened here, putting this bull at risk. African elephants can weigh up to 14,000 pounds, and Asian elephants up to 10,000 pounds, so they're capable of doing a lot of damage. Their trunk is sensitive enough to pluck small fruit and leaves off a bush, but powerful enough to lift more than 500 pounds or push over trees, huts, carts, and anything else that gets in their way. In addition to the spear wound, the team has found another injury, but this animal is estimated to weigh close to 10,000 pounds, making it impossible to get to while he's under sedation. They've given him the antibiotics, and now they're going to give him the drug to go ahead and wake him up, and hopefully he'll heal on his own as far as the other wound is concerned. Sharing limited space with humans isn't the only threat to elephants. Other issues, such as poaching, the illegal hunting and killing of elephants for their tusks, significantly impacted their numbers and still poses a real threat to their survival.
But I believe it was a golden age in the 60s for the national parks. They were fairly recently formed, and in that time, the animals had at last realized that there were some places where man was not a predator. And for my first five years, that was how I saw them. Then the price of ivory went up by 10 times, never really came down. People all across Africa started poaching elephants. It was a grim period, and even the great national parks themselves in East Africa were finally invaded by poachers who decimated the elephants. And that really went on until the ivory trade ban.
So that basically did stop a lot of the ivory trade then.
It certainly did. It changed things radically.
After the ivory trade ban went into effect in 1989, there was a tremendous decrease in the hunting of elephants for their tusks. But even today, poaching for meat and ivory occurs all across Africa, and elephants are still at risk. Governments, agencies, organizations, and individuals are all working to help protect elephants. A variety of programs provide safety for injured elephants, care for orphan babies, or collect data to better understand native attitudes and needs, increase awareness, and offer solutions that work for the people and the animals. And on this day, one elephant was helped by an entire team of very caring people. Although crop raiding by elephants is a concern, prevention is a better strategy. And Soila knows of a local woman who has used a very clever and inexpensive technique to steer elephants away.
She was mixing chili pepper and tobacco plus used oil, and then they just put it on a rope, and then they put the rope at the end of every place where people are growing crops. And anytime the elephants go and smell the rope, because it smells tobacco, chili pepper, they just back up and leave.
Simple to make, easy to use. What a great conservation solution from the people that know it best. Villagers, researchers, teachers, veterinary care staff, many people are in the field helping elephants every day. But how about a little closer to home? Right here in zoological parks, people are making a difference daily. We're understanding more and more about elephants, and this translates into better care here and in the wild. For a variety of reasons throughout history, humans have been training elephants to work for them. After all, they're smart, strong, and extremely able. But today, elephants are trained for very different reasons.
What a good girl.
At zoological parks like Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida, animal experts train and condition elephants as a way to help care for them, learn more about them, and also contribute to elephant conservation, as we'll see in a moment. SeaWorld is world-renowned for its killer whale training program. The park's positive approach to training and conditioning killer whales has significantly benefited animal care and research, while making the guests' experience both fun and educational.
But wait, this show's about elephants, right?
What's the difference between training a killer whale and an elephant?
Not much.
Not much.
Otto Fad leads the Asian Elephant Program at Busch Gardens Tampa, and Jeff Andrews heads up the Elephant Program at the San Diego Wild Animal Park. Both have overseen an evolutionary approach in training techniques. And guess where their experience came from? They were both longtime killer whale trainers at SeaWorld.
I started out training killer whales at SeaWorld before having the opportunity to come over to Busch Gardens Tampa and help build a new elephant team.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot. Okay.
One of the things that we learned early on was that there are a lot of similarities between killer whales and elephants. For example, both live in matriarchal, matrilineal societies in a linear dominance hierarchy. And what that means is that there is a social ladder, and each elephant has to know exactly where they fit. Beyond that, elephants and killer whales both have very few natural predators, so they're naturally very curious and adaptable. That makes it easy and fun to train them.
The programs at both parks set extremely high standards for their elephant care, and training is an important part of their program's success.
What we want to do more than anything else is teach the animals to want to cooperate and participate with us. So through that, if they were just simply here having fun, interacting with us, the rest of it's really quite simple. But we do teach individual behaviors in small steps called approximations. And these small steps are things that the animals can easily understand and find reinforcing, and they build upon one another until we get to a finished behavior.
Elephants are very social animals. So Busch Gardens' 6 Asian elephants can mingle with each other whenever they like. When the elephants need care, we keep them and the people at a safe distance from one another with an elaborate network of high-tech gates, ensuring the safety of our animals and our staff at all times. But this doesn't seem to get in the way of the special relationships that inevitably develop.
Hey, Granny, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go, guys. We use a variety of reinforcers, including food, toys, visual stimulation, praise, and lots of rubbing and massaging. And each elephant is very much a unique individual, so we spend a lot of time with them getting to know what they like best. It's upon that foundation that all of our interactions occur.
This trust and positive training allows us to access the animals in order to give them better care, and also to gather valuable research data. For example, the San Diego Wild Animal Park is conducting a study to gain insight into the walking distances and ranging behavior of elephants. They're using an interesting device called an accelerometer.
So to collect data from these elephants on their average daily walking distances, I use this high-tech pedometer called an accelerometer, and it measures not only the frequency of movement, the range of movement, also the intensity of movement. But before I can do anything, I need to program it for today's activity. It's programming as we speak. It'll take just a couple more minutes for it to initialize. It's all charged up, so we should be good. Now that it's programmed, how do I actually get an elephant to wear this in a way that it doesn't find objectionable? Well, for us, we'd wear it probably on our belt loop. But for the animal, what I've done is I've devised this anklet, and I simply attach this into this anklet, and the animal's trained to wear this for long periods of time. It's our hope that ultimately the data that we're collecting here can be used to help minimize some of those conflicts and help preserve and conserve elephants in the wild.
In an attempt to keep the gene pool of a species strong and diverse, zoological parks often work together. Busch Gardens participates in an Asian elephant breeding program as part of a species survival plan. And they're ready to artificially inseminate one of their females in hopes of an eventual pregnancy. Months of training and conditioning has resulted in some amazing preliminary work, all leading up to one particular moment on one recent night.
In preparation for this artificial insemination, We've had to monitor the reproductive cycles of the female elephants to work out when the best time to inseminate will be.
Because of her training, Rosie voluntarily allows the veterinarians and behavioral team to complete each step of the procedure. During the entire process, she's rewarded with a variety of things: verbal encouragement, skin brushing, and veggies for treats. Every step of the procedure is viewed on the monitor as Doctors Roback and O'Brien give Otto direction.
Pull back the tube, Otto. Pull back the tube. Okay. Jenny, hold
The team won't know for several weeks if Rosie's pregnant, so it's a wait-and-see situation. And if she is pregnant, the wait-and-see period is much longer. That's because the gestation period in elephants is almost 24 months. San Diego Wild Animal Park has an African bull living on their habitat, so their approach to breeding is through natural means with their male and females. All of this training, the care, the artificial insemination, the education, in the end, what does it all mean?
Given the endangered status of these animals, it's obvious that their survival as a species rests in human hands. So anything we can do to increase focus and understanding, we got to do it.
At the top of the elephant hierarchy, there is the matriarch. As teacher and protector, she leads the herd. Pachyderm Palace at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay is honored to have, at its helm, Mem. Born in 1942, she's one of the oldest elephants living today, and there's no question she's in charge. We just saw how elephant training is evolving in such positive ways, and how it allows us to better understand their behaviors and their needs. So now that we've got all this great elephant knowledge, how can we use it to help them? All around the world, people are working together to help elephants. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supports several projects aimed at saving elephants and their habitat. And in the U.S., breeding programs like the ones at Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park help sustain the species. And research programs at zoological parks also directly impact elephants. Minimizing conflict can happen through education. If knowledge equals power, then these students here in Kenya are making sure they're the leading authorities when it comes to their environment.
These are members of Friends of Conservation.
These young people are learning as much as they can about nature in their area, which in turn helps them to understand how to preserve their wildlife and habitats.
Welcome. We'll enjoy your walk.
Imagine finding a plant that cures malaria on a nature walk, watching wildlife cooperate with one another, or seeing the youngest attitudes changing.
That is wonderful that you guys are so involved in preserving the habitat.
Whether in zoological parks like Busch Gardens and the San Diego Wild Animal Park, or national parks in Africa and India, humans are making significant strides to better understand elephants, with the ultimate goal of keeping them around for a long, long time. But conservation doesn't have to be on a grand scale. You can do your part to support elephants and their habitats by learning as much as you can about them. One major difference you can make is by not buying products made of ivory or that deplete the natural resources where the elephants live, like exotic wood such as teak or mahogany. Go online and buy jewelry and crafts made from African locals to support their economy. Visit zoological parks that are working to save elephants, or go online and support an elephant project of your choice directly.
So life will change, but the community, they have to be aware and they have to benefit from wildlife.
Because when it comes to conservation, there's a lot we can do and learn from each other. you have taught me. When I was in the truck with you guys and went on the nature walk, you taught me a lot of things. And we take that back to our children in America. And so you are actually teaching our children as well. So we thank you, Asante Sana, for helping us.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush. The elephants featured in this program are one of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping animals. We focus on 4 key areas: animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. And we're passionate about every one of them.
Look how smooth they are behind the ears.
These guys are amazing.
By watching programs like Saving a Species, you're helping just by learning more. And we encourage you to share your newfound knowledge with others. No matter where you live, there's more you can do. Visit our website at swbgconservationfund.org to find out how to get involved. This is our world and this is our story. Together, we can make a difference.
episode of NASA Connect, learn how ancient cultures observed seasonal cycles and how the sun played a part in their observations. We'll also conduct a cool hands-on activity measuring shadows created by the sun and a gnomon. Stay tuned for another exciting episode of NASA Connect, Ancient Observatories.
Kamai Tawau, or welcome to NASA Connect. I'm Jennifer Polate, and this is the National Museum of the American Indian.
And I'm Dr. Stan Odenwald at an archaeological site in Mexico. Hola! This is NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology,
and NASA. On today's program, you will see how ancient cultures found a connection to the stars. You will also learn how many of these societies were very sophisticated when making celestial observations.
You'll also learn about the mathematics and geometry used by these ancient peoples to make their observations. What you will learn today will absolutely astound you. But first, Jennifer, tell us about that building that you're in.
Sten, this is the newest museum in our nation's capital. As you enter the museum, hundreds of written and spoken words meaning welcome in native languages throughout the Americas are projected onto this wall. These people, not only here in the Americas, but also their brothers and sisters in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Pacific, looked at our starry skies. All of these people had a connection to the sun. In the museum, this room celebrates the sun. From this circle, the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, extend out of the building. The angles of solstices and equinoxes are mapped on the floor. A light spectrum is cast by the sun, which shines through the prisms set into the south-facing wall. Each prism is sighted to the sun for a particular time of day and season. The dramatic designs in this modern museum show the connection between astronomy, nature, and people. That connection is the key to understanding how the ancients looked at our universe, which is the theme of today's program. Today, we will talk to Native American astronomers. Dr. Sten Odenwald will treat us to the foundations of astronomy as we know it today, and he will fill us in on the celestial accomplishments of the Mayans. Throughout the program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Now, let's learn more about ancient observatories. The science of interpreting the relationship between the sun and the daily lives of primitive people is called archaeoastronomy. Archaeo meaning archaeology, and astronomy meaning the study of stars. Observing celestial phenomena is the one constant that unifies humankind throughout space and time. Ancient man knew celestial events followed cycles, circles, and these events could be recorded. Approximately 5,000 years ago, they devised a way to place stones in certain positions to align for lunar and solar events. Events like seasons were noted and found to recur regularly with certain positions of the sun and stars.
The Earth spins on its axis once every day and gives us the familiar experience of daytime and nighttime. For thousands of years, humans have used this cosmic cycle to regulate their workday, their meals, and their sleep. The Earth orbits the sun once every year, and from this we get the familiar 365-day cycle. Earth's orbit around the sun is an ellipse. Basically, that means an oval, with the sun offset from the center of the ellipse. Does this mean that we have summer when the Earth is closest to the sun and winter when the Earth is farthest from the sun? The surprising fact is that the distance from the Earth to the sun has absolutely nothing to do with the changing seasons. Our northern hemisphere is closest to the sun in January and farthest from the sun in July. So what is causing the change in temperature? Earth's axis is tilted by 23.5 degrees from a line perpendicular to Earth's orbit. What does this mean? To understand this tilt, we have to use a bit of basic geometry. An angle has two sides and a vertex. The sides are rays that share a common endpoint called the vertex. The angle formed by two rays can be named in a variety of ways. For example, the angle formed by ray AB and ray AC can be named angle BAC, angle CAB, or angle A for short. Notice that A must be the middle letter in both three-letter names because it's the vertex. You can measure angles using a protractor. The unit of measure is degrees. Angles can be classified by their measures as acute, right, obtuse, and straight. If the Earth rotated on its axis perpendicular to or at a right angle to the orbit, there would be no changes in temperature. The Earth rotates at an angle 23.5 degrees from this perpendicular line. It's a very small tilt, but enough to affect the sun's rays hitting the Earth. This is a great time to pause the program and think about the following questions. Why is the area near Earth's equator hotter than the areas near the poles? If the tilt of Earth's axis measured 33 degrees rather than 23.5, how might seasonal changes and temperature ranges differ? Teachers, it's now time to pause the program. The tilt of the Earth's axis gives us our seasons, and because of the extremes in heat and cold, it's very important to keep track of the changing seasons if you're growing food. This seasonal cycle is important to ancient and even modern people. In some parts of the world, like the arid climates of the southwest states of the USA, the growing season was so short that people could not waste much time getting the seeds in the ground at the start of spring. But how do we predict when the growing season will begin in the spring? For that matter, how can we tell when the other seasons begin and end? It turns out that just by keeping track of how high up the sun gets over the horizon at noon, you can determine the start of the seasons exactly. Almost all ancient people that relied on planting times discovered this little relationship. The start of the four seasons, summer, fall, winter, and spring, are noted by what astronomers call the summer solstice, the fall equinox, the winter solstice, and the spring equinox. At the start of summer, around June 21st in the northern hemisphere, the sun is at its highest point above the horizon at noon. As the sun begins its movement back away from its maximum height, the number of daylight hours has declined to an equal number of daylight and nighttime hours. This is the fall equinox near September 21st. A few months later, the path of the sun arrives at its lowest point at noon. The sun spends very little time above the horizon of the northern hemisphere, and the night is much longer than day. Welcome to the winter solstice, or start of winter, around December 21st. After a few more months, the path of the sun works its way higher in the sky, eventually arriving at a path where day and night are equal. This happens March 21st at the spring equinox, a vital time for planting crops.
Archaeoastronomers have found 3 types of early observatories: simple markers, circles of stone and wood, and temples. Early on, markers were used to create sight lines to the horizon, so that during the equinox or solstice, the sun would appear to rise exactly on the sight line. Stonehenge in England was set up this way, as were a number of ancient Native American buildings, such as the ones at Chaco Canyon in New Mexico and Hovenweep in Utah. England's Stonehenge is one of the earliest examples of an observatory in Europe. Stonehenge is a large calendar capable of predicting the equinoxes and the solstice. Before Stonehenge, in 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians had devised a solar calendar of 365 days, the starting point of which hinged on the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, which also happened to coincide with the summer solstice and the annual flooding of the Nile. By being in touch with celestial phenomenon and their natural surroundings, the ancient Egyptians were able to predict events of great significance in their desert environment. At Abu Simbel, massively carved statues of Ramses the Great face east to greet the sun god Re, the bringer of light. As the sun rises each day, the statues are illuminated again, perhaps a sign of rebirth for Ramses. But the most compelling is a passage to the temple's inner sanctuary, which is aligned so that on October 18th, the sun filters into the sanctuary, illuminating a statue of Ramses. While October 18th doesn't mean much to us in the Western world, this October date corresponds to the beginning of the Egyptian civil year and the celebration that occurred during the time in which Ramses lived.
It was the Greeks, however, that created the first portable cosmological tool for keeping track of these motions, a stick. The Greeks actually called it a gnomon, and it was used to keep track of the shadow of the sun. Actually, it's a little bit more difficult than that because the shadow depends on your latitude. Again, if you are not near the equator, the shadow will be shortest during the summer solstice and longest during the winter solstice. For the spring equinox and fall equinox, the shadow will be halfway between the shadow lengths at the solstices. In the southern hemisphere, the shadows will be reversed, just as you all know the seasons are reversed. When it's summer in the United States, it's winter in Argentina. This all works pretty well if you're not at the equator. At the equator, the summer solstice sun casts a shadow in a southerly direction, and the winter solstice sun casts a shadow in the northerly direction. During the equinox, at the equator, the shadow disappears. Oh, and another thing that they were used for is sundials. And it looks to me like it's time to go back to Jennifer.
Okay, guys, let's take a look at how a gnomon works and see the angle of the sun at certain times during the day. Students from Newcomb Elementary School in Newcomb, New Mexico will preview this show's hands-on activity.
Yats hello! We are students from Newcomb Elementary School. We are located in the Navajo Reservation in the Four Corners region of New Mexico. Tracking the passage of the sun in the sky continues to play a very important role in the life of our Navajo culture.
Traditional Navajos still use this system of tracking the sun's shadows to tell time and to tell the changing of the seasons. For example, when my grandfather herds sheep, he does not wear a watch like this. He uses the sun's shadow to tell time. It also helps him to tell when to take the sheep back home in their corral. It also helps him to tell when to plant corn and watermelon on his farm.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, the students will make sun shadow plots every half hour, marking the ends of the shadows made by the sun and a gnomon.
You can download a copy of the Educator Guide from the NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Turn a cardboard box upside down. Tape a large piece of paper to the cardboard box. Draw two lines that are perpendicular to each other, from top to bottom, and the other from left to right across the paper. Mark its center with a dot. And make a very small hole in the center of the box using the point of a scissors. Stick the gnomon through the dot and the hole in the cardboard. Secure it with tape so that 10 centimeters is sticking straight up out of the box. Use a protractor to make sure the gnomon is perpendicular to the box. On a clear sunny day, find a large flat area. Tape the box to the ground on all four sides. Starting as early in the morning as possible, mark the end of the gnomon shadow every half hour until the end of the day. Next to the dot, label the time of the day it was marked. You will analyze the data you collect by measuring angles and length. Remove the gnomon and draw a straight line from each dot to the hole that the gnomon was placed in. Measure and record the angle between the horizontal line drawn through the center of the paper and each marked shadow. Then, measure and record the length of each shadow. Using geometry, find and label true north on your sun shadow plot. Verify local solar noon using shadow length times and sunrise-sunset times. How do the lengths, positions, and angles of the shadows change? What do the changes tell you about the position of the sun throughout the day? Would the curve change if you used a different sized gnomon to cast the shadow?
And don't forget to check out this cool web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Great job, you guys. All right, let's review. We've seen how ancient cultures used the Sun-Earth connection to mark the season. And you've seen an activity which uses the placement of shadows to record the movement of the sun across the sky. Research regarding Native American astronomy has recently begun to gain headway in archaeoastronomy. Let's look at the ways Native cultures in the Americas use the Sun-Earth connection. Nancy Maryboy and David Begay are two indigenous astronomers from the Navajo Nation.
Yat-eh, hello. We're here in Hovenweep National Park in southern Utah. I'm a Cherokee Navajo. I live not far from here, and I'm an educator on the Navajo Nation. A cultural astronomer means you deal with the astronomy of your own culture, and we put things within the context of a native worldview. Right behind me on the boulder, you can see an indication of a solar phenomena. On the boulder, there's two images. One's a concentric circle, one's a spiral. As the sun begins to rise, shafts of light come in from each direction. And as the sun continues to rise, the lights meet in the center. This only happens once a year. This phenomenon occurs on the longest day of the year and is a very appropriate way to mark time. This can be a very harsh environment to live in. It can be hot, it can be cold, and it can be very dry. In order to survive, people had to live in accordance with the natural environment, and that meant the natural cosmic environment, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was very important to track the path of the sun and the moon and certain constellations, and to do that, people used natural markers like petroglyphs and sun and moon alignments. Remember, there was no watches, there was no timekeepers, there was no calendars.
My name is David Begay. I am a cultural astronomer. I've been living out here for many years. My clan is Maidishgijni. This clan is a descendant from the Jemez Pueblo people. And here is one of the structures at Hovenweep National Monument. This structure had many purposes, one of which was an observatory. The ancient had a profound respect for the movement of the sun and the stars. On the longest day of the year, the sun shines through an opening and the light falls on a marker. What people experience here is really a cultural experience. It's a whole life experience. People felt the movement of the sun. People felt the movement of the moon. It was a daily experience. Among the Navajo people, for the sun, when it reaches summer solstice, it's a total life experience. People used to talk about the solstice being a 4-day phenomenon. People used to say, the sun spent 4 days before it starts moving back the other way. So it's really something that was experienced, it was talked about, it was a part of the culture, it's been passed on through the generation. I think people talk about these movements in terms of days. I'm not sure if you can really call it special math. I don't think tracking the sun down to the second was important at that time.
These buildings and boulders are remnants of ancient civilizations, much like the ruins in Rome, the ruins in Greece. And today, they're still very relevant to us out here in the Southwest. We still see the same sky, and we're in awe of the technology that was employed to build these buildings and capture these solar and lunar alignments. Today, we look in the sky, we use some of the same knowledge that the ancestral Pueblans used. We use it for planting, we use it for setting ceremonies, and we use it to keep the earth in order. The balance between earth and sky is still very important to Native peoples.
Thanks, Nancy. And thanks, David. You know, guys, one of the earliest Native American structures to observe the sun and the stars is Casa Rinconada, located in the Chaco Cultural National Historical Park. Casa Rinconada is a large kiva. Kivas are large circular rooms used for ceremonies by Native American cultures. Like Hovenweep, on the day of the summer solstice, a beam of light from an opening in the kiva precisely illuminates a niche in the far wall. For years, Chaco Canyon was primarily seen as a trade center, but with the advent of archaeoastronomy, Chaco is beginning to be seen as a center of astronomy and cosmology. So far on today's program, we have seen how the relationship between the sun and the earth weaved a connection between all ancient cultures. Now, much of the information from those cultures has been lost to us. However, other cultures have recorded that information, and now that information is being interpreted. For a look at one of these ancient cultures, let's return to Dr. Sten Odenwald.
Thanks, Jen. Perhaps the greatest ancient astronomers were the Mayans, who lived right here where I'm standing. The Mayans inhabited the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico and Guatemala. These people made astronomical and seasonal observations which rivaled anything seen in Europe during the Roman Empire or the Dark Ages. These amazing people mapped the heavens, they evolved the only true writing system native to the Americas, and they were masters of mathematics. They invented calendars that are still accurate today, and without metal tools, beasts of burden, or even the wheel, they were able to construct vast cities with an amazing degree of architectural perfection and variety. The largest structure at this site is El Castillo, the castle.
That these temple builders were mathematically precise in their architectural designs is borne out by the natural phenomena which occur during the fall and spring equinoxes. In the spring, as the sun rises, the shadow cast on the steps appear to form the body of a serpent which slithers down the stairs.
Here at Chichen Itza, there is a structure unlike anything else ever created by the ancient Mayans. It's called El Caracol, and it actually looks like a modern observatory.
Its design didn't function the same way as our modern observatories. Instead, its walls contained many windows. Inside the dome, stones could be removed, enabling the Mayan astronomers to observe different parts of the sky. The Mayans looked at the sky differently from any other civilization. Being near the equator, the equinox passages were easier and more accurate to determine because the sun cast no shadow at local noon during this time. They also had great veneration for the Milky Way. They called it the World Tree. The star clouds that formed the Milky Way were seen as the tree of life, from which all life came. The Mayans also had their unique constellations. Like today's zodiac, they had their scorpion. Gemini, which appears to us as twins, however, was seen as a peccary, a nocturnal animal in the pig family. Other zodiac symbols were a jaguar, a bat, a turtle, the tail of a rattlesnake, and a sea monster.
Because they looked at things differently, perhaps it's not surprising that the Mayans had a different mathematics as well. We use a numbering system based on 10 digits, but the Mayans used a system based on the number 20. Sounds a little bit complicated, but in fact it was more efficient for counting than some of the older systems used in Europe a long time ago.
The Mayan counting system required only 3 symbols: a shell representing 0, a dot representing a value of 1, a bar representing 5, and a shell with a dot representing the base number 20.
There are 2 advantages to the Mayan counting system. The first of these is the idea of 0, which many civilizations at that time did not have.
Second, they only used 3 symbols to represent lower and higher numbers. In Rome, multiple symbols were used: I's for 1, V for 5, X for 10, L for 50, C for 100, and M for 1,000. Mayan numbers were written from bottom to top, so the number 19 becomes bars of 5, 5, 5, with 4 dots above the bars. To complete the first set of 20, a dot was raised over a shell-like symbol. To get 21, the elevated placement of the dot remained to represent 20, and a dot was added underneath to represent 21. Then the counting cycle for the next 20 began again.
So what do you think the number 40 or 41 would look like?
In Europe at this time, people still struggled with the Roman numeral system. That system suffered from 2 serious defects. First, there was no 0. And second, Roman numbers were entirely symbolic, having no direct connection to the number of items represented.
So, are you ready for a challenge? Okay. Working together, try adding 21 and 33 using the Mayan system. Then try adding 21 and 33 using Roman numerals. This is a good time to pause the program. So how did you do? Let's check your work. In Mayan, the number 21 is represented as dot, dot. 33 is 2 bars equaling 10, 3 dots for units, and an elevated dot representing 20. Adding together, you get 54, which is 2 bars, 4 dots, and 2 elevated dots. Easy to decipher. In Roman, you have XXI plus XXXIII equals LIV. Unless you actually know what the Roman symbols stand for, you have no idea what you are seeing. In Mayan, you can actually add up the dots, bars, and shells. Mayan merchants often used cocoa beans, sticks, and shells to do these calculations. From these 3 symbols, the Mayans could do everything from the simplest arithmetic needed for trade to keeping track of astronomical events, both past and future. Speaking of astronomy, remember how I said the Earth's axis was tilted at 23.5 degrees? If you round that to 24, how would you write that in Mayan? The Mayan system of counting using dots, bars, and shells can be compared with the ones and zeros used by modern computers, and it was all done 1,500 years ago. With all the advances that the Mayans made, it's interesting to speculate what would have happened if the Mayans had sailed east to discover Europe instead of the Europeans sailing west to discover the Americas. To learn more about Mayan mathematics, go to the following websites. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Stan. Well, guys, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, then email them to connect@lark.nasa.gov. I'd like to leave you guys with a thought and a challenge. What is impressive about these sites is the accuracy of their observations and the time and effort they put into building these observatories. Looking back at these buildings and places, we see that the ancients had a natural connection to their environments and that they were also capable of high-tech accomplishments in their own times. So now, here's my challenge. How do you think people 300 or even 1,000 years from now will see us through the artifacts that we leave behind? Until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Goodbye for now.
Finally, they pick one stars up and say, this will be the morning stars. It will give us direction that the daylight is coming. It will give us direction that it's in the east. Then the next one is the evening stars. It will tell us it's in the west direction. It's almost nighttime. They liberate it more, like the Dipper and all that. It revolves in different position. It will tell us if it's fall, spring, or summertime, wintertime.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we recap the amazing launch and tremendous success of our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. We preview MTSU's Black History Month activities and the work of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center. And we highlight MTSU's Adult Degree Completion Program, which has helped so many people reach their educational goals. I'm Andrew Oppmann, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppmann. Few academic ventures in the history of our university have had a more successful launch than our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. Here to tell us about the overwhelming popularity of this program is its director, Dr. Marie Patterson. Dr. Patterson, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
We're bringing you back to really celebrate your success. The PA program is just doing remarkable. Can you tell our viewers some of those metrics that we're so very proud of?
Sure. Well, and I like to say it's not just me, it's a team effort, and definitely the university should be very proud of this program as well, because there's been a lot of hard work that went into creating this program. But a couple of things that we're definitely proud of is the fact that we had an on-time start date. You know, the university, years before we started, had to select a start date and turn it into our accrediting body. And of course, we could not predict that COVID was going to happen right before we started. So we could have been pushed back on a start date, but we actually never slowed down. So we were able to achieve on-time start date by a lot of hard work that happened even during the shutdown. So we also had asked for a number of 30 spots. And if we had not done our due diligence and secured, enough clinical rotations, we would not have been approved for 30, and we were approved for the number that we had requested. So, just from the very beginning, that was a very positive thing that we were able to achieve.
Overcoming so very much that really was a detriment in so many other areas, you were able to persist and make that happen, which is a remarkable achievement. So 30 slots, a lot of people applying for those 30 slots. Talk about those numbers.
Right. So the first year, and again, people didn't really know we existed. COVID kind of threw a wrench into a lot of the things that you want to do and host to kind of market your program. So we were still able to get close to 500 for 30 spots in our first year. And this second cycle, we were almost at 900. Wow. So for 30 spots.
Wow. We were talking before the program started how I wish it was possible just to flick a switch and we'd have more than 30. But the reason why that's a challenge is because of the quality and the rigor of the program. Explain what those rotations mean.
Right. So the second part of our curriculum is what we call the clinical year, and that our accrediting body requires 7 rotations, and then we do allow for an elective. So there is some selection process by our students for that one. But all of our students are required to do the 7, and they're in 7 different fields.
When we say rotation, we're actually talking about a professional experience.
Yes.
Where I, as a student, will enter into a healthcare environment, seeing, interacting, working with healthcare professionals, but also patients, right?
Correct. Yes. So it's a 6-week immersive experience. So whatever their schedule is like, that's what their schedule is. So if they're a hospitalist and they're 7 on, 7 off, then our students are working 7 12-hour shifts in a row, and that's what they're doing. If it's a situation where they're with somebody who's on call, they're also on call. And so they follow whatever full-time schedule the preceptor has for that 6-week experience. And yes, they do have hands-on patient care, they're doing procedures, they're doing the physical exam, all of those things while they're students on these rotations.
And that allows the varied rotations, allows them to maybe make some career decisions, right?
Yes.
This is what I'd like to do. So you've mentioned a few of them, but what are some of those ranges of those experiences?
So PAs are trained as generalists. We don't specialize. So a lot of those 7 are chosen to kind of cover all the basis of generalist medicine. So you've got family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, emergency medicine, surgery, women's health, mental health. And so those are some of the 7 required rotations. And then you do have an elective. So if somebody is starting to get an idea of, I think I would like to be in this specialty, or maybe I would like another family practice rotation to see if that's where I want to be, then they get some choice in the elective.
What are the things that you look for as someone that has to go through all of these applications? What's the thing that you admire and gets you?
It's a very difficult process, and every school is different. We kind of value the fact that we have a holistic process built in. So it is not strictly GPA focused, or, you know, a lot of schools require the GRE. We do not. We take a holistic approach. So if for every applicant that meets our minimums, and I think this is huge and sets us apart, you are having a faculty member do a complete review of your entire application, which is a lot of time on our part, but we're very dedicated to that process. And so a lot of schools, they have a posted minimum in certain areas, but they're not necessarily reviewing every application that meets all the minimums. We do. And so we're able to have a really diverse class in that regard. So we highly value a lot of different aspects of an application. So there's a lot of time and energy on our part that goes into sifting through almost 900 applications.
Dr. Patterson, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on what a great launch of this program.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner, now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU celebrates Black History Month in February with a wide selection of events on our campus. Danielle Rochelle, Director of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center, gives us a preview of the month and the work of our center throughout the year. Danielle, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you for the first time on Out of the Blue.
Yeah.
So you're new in your position. So let's talk for a minute about exactly, if I'm a brand new student, brand new parent of a student, what is Intercultural and Diversity Affairs? What do you offer? What are the services you provide? What are the activities you host?
So I think the easiest thing for me to explain for Intercultural and Diversity Affairs is our space. A lot of students don't really know why our space is there, how they can use it, and who it's for. And so what I always tell students when they come in is that the space is for them.
We're going to talk about Black History Month in just a second, but you offer events throughout the year, right? What are some of those events you offer?
So typically in the fall semester, we offer our Rep Your Roots talent show. We have our Hispanic Culture Night. A lot of those events that we've had in the past, I'm also planning to expand. And so I'm always looking to work with other student organizations or other departments on campus to make our events bigger and better, or to add on to what we're already doing.
Which is great. Two very popular events. Black History Month, this is the month of February we're in right now, and you're already off and running. But let's begin with the place to find them all. Where do I go on the web to find out what's scheduled?
Online, you can go to mtsu.edu/AAHM for African American History Month. There's a list of our events.
There's so many events. We could spend the whole program, all 30 minutes, on everything you're planning, but there are certain things that are tradition at MTSU, and always the annual Unity Luncheon is one of those, 27th year. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So this month we are hosting our 27th annual Unity Luncheon, my very first Unity Luncheon that I'm planning. I've been a part of the Black History Month committee for several years, but this is the first time that I'm in that lead role. So we're gonna have J.B. Smiley Jr. He is a Memphis City Councilman as well as an attorney from Memphis, Tennessee, and he's gonna be speaking during the luncheon, and we're going to honor our unsung community heroes as well as an unsung staff.
Very popular and very looked forward to by members of the MTSU community.
Oh, absolutely. I think the reputation of this event has been mind-blowing for me to kind of see the ticket sales side of things. Because I was nervous going into it, to be totally honest, but the support of this campus has been outstanding. And so it was one thing that those nerves went out the window immediately.
And the date for the Unity event is?
Unity Luncheon is going to be February 8th.
February 8th. We've got several student highlight events as well, and Showtime at the Apollo always gets a lot of attention. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Showtime at the Apollo this month is going to be at Tucker Theater, which I think offers a really great space for students to showcase their talents on a stage. And this one, it's a very high energy event for students because they get to interact with the performers are interacting with the crowd. We're gonna have judges who are there to make sure students get their awards for their talents. Just a really great high energy.
It's amazing. But you've also got the Elegance Gala. Can you describe that for our viewers?
Yes, so the Elegance Gala, originally it was a sneaker ball, but through some student feedback, they wanted it to be a 100% formal event, which I think would be great for students who may have missed out on their formals in high school because of COVID. And so I'm really excited because it's always nice to have an excuse to dress up and go out. You know, everybody loves that.
So, okay, let's not get too far away. The dates for the gala is?
The gala is going to be on February 17th.
Okay, and Showtime at the Apollo?
It's going to be on February 23rd.
That's good. You're passing the pop quiz. This is great. There are several prominent speakers throughout the month, and one fairly recent addition to the roster. Can you just talk about our new friend?
Yes, one of the speakers that's a surprise, but an exciting surprise, is Dr. Cornel West. He will be here on February 24th.
That's incredible. Nationally known. We're honored to have him on campus, but you've got several other speakers as well.
Yes, absolutely. Although Dr. Cornel West is a great treasure to have on campus, he was not originally identified as our keynote speaker, but he's going to be a part of a mini-series, is what I'll call it. He will be the Friday before our keynote speaker, Ilyasa Shabazz, on that following Monday, February 27th. And
of course, the daughter of the late Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. So that's very, very appropriate as a keynote speaker. Talk about those kind of opportunities for collaboration. What's your vision of that? How you would like to see the center more involved in those existing events?
So one of the things that we've worked really hard with doing is making sure our student organizations are involved. Because although I trust my instincts, I don't always know what younger students want to see happen on campus. And so one of the student highlight events, the Black Elegance Gala, we're going to have the Black Student Union help out with that event as well to make sure that they're pulling in those student components that they want to see happen, as well as panel discussions that they came up with entirely on their own.
Good.
We also have some additional music events that student organizations have approached us about, career fair events. So there's a wide range of things that students have approached me and my program assistants about that they want to see happen on campus.
Wonderful. So how do I find out more about the center? Where do I go online?
So online, you can go to mtsu.edu/IDA.
IDA, and or Black History Month specifically.
Absolutely. It is mtsu.edu/AAHM, so African American History Month.
Fantastic. Danielle, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big job on our campus, an important part of the student union and part of the campus that you're overseeing. And I appreciate all these wonderful events coming up in the month of February.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU is a pioneer in the area of adult degree completion, and we continue to help adult learners of all ages and all walks of life reach their educational goals. Hunter Patterson from University College visits to tell us several success stories from this program. Hunter, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew.
Love your hairstyle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we see the same
Looks
guy.
good on you. So we're going to talk about something I'm very proud of, the adult degree completion program. But why don't you tell just the elevator speech of why it is so laser focused to help people reach their goals?
Well, first, thanks for recommending so many students like you have throughout the years. You've given us a lot of great students to become part of the True Blue family. But the biggest advantage here is we have so many people that come into this program that have tons of job experience. They start working right out of high school, or maybe they went to a little bit of college and they stopped because they had some big life event that sort of made them pause their education. And then they come back and they have 15, 20 years of experience. And luckily here at MTSU, we can offer them credit, earned college credit for all of that experience that they've learned in the workforce, whether it be through certifications, on-the-job training, anything like that, military service. And we can give them college credit. It's called Prior Learning Assessment, PLA is what we call it. And we see so many adults take advantage of that, and they save time, money, because they go through a course. And you know about this. They go through a course and they document all of this training. And at the end of this 3-hour standard course that they pay for, they're awarded credit. And I think we're going to see a video. Melissa Rogers, she's 35, almost went to MTSU when she was 18, decided to take a different path and join her family business in the trucking industry. And then she came back, went to Motlow, and she got 30 hours of credit and saved $11,000.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So she has a 10-year-old son. She was able to balance all that out. Obviously, saving 30 hours of class time was huge for her because she's a single mom working. She's a VP of a company. She has huge responsibilities, and she wanted to get that degree just because she set a goal for herself when she was 18.
That's great.
And we're able to help people like that out every single day.
That's great. Well, let's hear her story.
God, why do I love MTSU? I think the experience overall, right? It's not one thing. The professors I've had, although online, have been available anytime I've needed something. So I started in transportation right out of high school. I started with a company called Seva Logistics and started as a dispatcher. Early on, I realized that I could connect with truck drivers pretty easily. I do not have the type of career that I can take 2 or 3 hours out of the middle of the day to go to a class. That was the game changer in it all, and what really kind of accelerated my path at MTSU was I was able to get 30 hours through the PLA. It's a program that you can take your work experience and applies credit hours for MTSU. It is a lot of work. It's labor intensive to go through and build out your portfolio. I was able to connect with my old, vice president, CEO, and they wrote letters that, really kind of validated the work I had said I had done on the portfolio. I was hesitant to ask for the 30 when I put my portfolio together because I felt like it was a lot of hours to ask to be given. And sure enough, I received the 30 hours, and it reduced it by 2 full semesters. So I originally started back in school in 2014, and I probably had maybe 24 hours, but MTSU was always the goal for me. As an adult, am I still capable of learning in a classroom environment? That obstacle was probably the hardest of all of them, was just, can I do this as a working adult with a family and commitments and a house? So I think the biggest thing is to stay well organized. You can't let it go any one day, right? You don't have to think about all 120 hours today. It's truly one step at a time. We can do more than we think we can. For my son to see me finish this and see this through has been a big win. And I hear these people talk, and they'll talk about how their kids were super supportive when they went back to school. That was not my experience. He complained a lot. But you know, as I've gotten closer to the end, and when I filled out my intent to graduate, even he wanted to go with me to turn it in, right? Like, he has really gotten excited about the end of this journey. And you know, him seeing me do this as an adult, I think reiterates for me, and I hope it does for him, the importance of doing this now. As he finishes out his schooling and he's ready to choose a university, that he doesn't decide to put it off. I think it has been a really good experience for me to remember, because as we go through our careers, I think we forget this, is that we can do hard things. We always have a little more time than we think we have, and we always have a little bit more in us to give than we believe we do.
Hunter, that's an inspiring story, and I know you've got many of those stories, but I want to pivot for a second, because one of the things that I admire so much about this program is that we've been very persistent and insistent going after students with some college credit and showing them how it's so possible that through this program, the flexibility of online learning, how they can basically design some of the things that they're interested in pursuing in their course options, but taking that credit they have and pushing them across the finish line.
So yeah, one of our main degrees is called integrated studies. It doesn't have a more specific name because the student can make it whatever they want. They can essentially build their own degree. The student comes to us and we ask them to give us 2 areas of emphasis that they choose with their advisor. Those areas of emphasis can be, you know, business and agriculture if they wanted. And they take a collection of classes from both of those, and they eventually graduate with a bachelor's in integrated studies. But so often, like you said, Andrew, we have these students come to us with 80, 90 hours of college credit, and then something happened, like they have children or they get a really great high-paying job. I talked to a female student last semester. Her name is Michelle, and she's 46 years old, been working since she was 18, but went to college, got 90 hours, had a kid, stopped going, and then she decided to come back, and she was looking around all over the place. And even though she lived in Murfreesboro, she was looking to see what fit best for her, and MTSU was one of the only places that accepted a bulk of her credits. Many college after college told her that she would have to almost start over because it had been 25 years since she attended a college class. At MTSU, she only had to retake like 1 English class.
Wow.
And then she was able to get in those core classes that she wanted, and she actually enrolled in our applied leadership program. And you actually know this one. We called a guy when he was at Bonnaroo. We didn't know that he was at Bonnaroo. We called him at Bonnaroo, and he answered the phone, and he was working. And we said, "Do you know you can graduate if you take these 2 classes?"
2 classes.
Yeah, and now he has a PhD, like 3 years later.
Yeah, it's one
insane.
of the great stories from your
It's
college.
It's insane, yeah.
And he made a successful career. Always gnawed at him that he didn't have that that completion.
Yeah, we always say, you know, finish faster at MTSU, and it really is. I mean, we have accelerated courses. All of these courses are online. In many cases, if you choose integrated studies, we try to help adults find those online classes so they can be flexible because they do have responsibility.
Hunter, I know you've got a website.
Yes.
Where all of these questions are answered. Where do I find it?
mtsu.edu/finishnow. So if you want to finish your degree, just head to .edu/finishnow.
That's great, and it takes you all the answers, takes you all the links you need to go further.
Absolutely.
Hunter, thanks for joining us, and congratulations. It's a great program, a real pride point of the university.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman, broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals, January the 31st regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the November 29th, 2002 regular meeting and give me a recommendation or any changes that you may see. Make a recommendation for the minutes, if you would, please.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second it is. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes moved on. Okay, new business. A request for sign variance, property located at 342 Mason Road, tax map 17, parcel 7.08, I2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Mason Road Holdings South LLC. Mr. Logan, please.
Thanks. This applicant is requesting a sign variance for their property at 342 Mason Road. This is also known as the Amazon property, and Amazon built the building there about close to 4 years ago. So you can see there on the screen, I have my pointer here. So this property is outlined in blue. It's 342 Mason Road. So Amazon built this facility in 2019, probably the middle of 2019. So they had been here a couple years ago for a sign variance for some of the building signs, and this request is actually for the parking lot areas where the vehicles park, and it's also for the dock areas where the larger trucks dock to the facility. And so zooming in here, you can see a better view of the building, and it's sort of a sea of asphalt to the north and northwest of the building. So that's where a lot of these signs are going, if you've seen in the packet on your plans. The bulk of these signs are in the parking lot, especially for the delivery vans that are in and out of the facility all day long. So on the zoning map, this area is pretty solid industrial. Heavy industrial is the dark blue color. And then out here on Waldron Road, the red color is C2, which is commercial. So here's some photos of the facility. So they were here in the last couple of years for a sign variance for some of these signs you see in front of the building. And this is one of the areas, you can see the vans to the left. So of course, because it's Amazon, there's many vehicles all the time entering and exiting, and also driving around the site. This is another view of the property. This is looking at basically to the north. But you can see all these vans in the parking lot, pretty typical, what you'd expect. So in the packet, the sign plans that they submitted, they have 17 different panes that show the different signs that they're requesting. And a lot of these signs are directional signs, wayfinding signs. So this is the overview, kind of from 10,000 feet. And this is in your packets as well. So you can see where they've marked where they're putting all these signs. This is, some of these are for the docks on the actual building, but a lot of them are going out, way out in the parking areas, away from the building. And this is just an example. There's a lot of signs like this. Most of them are small, but you can see a lot of directions: no idling, turn off engine, no smoking area, all those things that are needed to run that many vehicles in a large facility. So, and by the way, some of these, if certain directional signs are allowed without going to BOZA, So if this was a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A, there's certain directional signs that can be put up, like in and out of Kroger, but there's so many that staff felt it was a good idea that they go to Boza. And I believe that finishes the report. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Is there a representative here this evening? If you would step to the podium, raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Jenny Gosney, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you much. You have any comments on Mr. Logan's report?
No, he covered everything. I can answer any questions you have.
Do you have any questions from the board members that would like to ask the applicant?
I have a question. Does a lot of this signage promote safety around the property?
Yes, that's actually the intended purpose for most of the signage. It's directing the delivery vans where to go and where to park so that the facility can operate under a safer and more efficient environment.
As well as pedestrian traffic?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. So all these are all internal, meaning that they're all on site for the internal purpose. And there's two changes to existing monuments. What are the changes?
So in the bottom middle here, that's what the monument sign will look like proposed. And I believe he had a picture of what is at the site currently, and it'll be changing that.
Okay, so on that picture there behind, so Bo, just go back to the pictures if you would, Bo.
That one right there.
Oh, that one, okay. So you're just changing the information on there for directions?
Yes, it's just a modification for directions.
Okay, good. All right. And all the signs are similar in style and
Yes.
text?
The
Yes?
proposed design of like the monument sign very closely matches that one that you see on the screen.
And are any of these signs lit, backlit?
Nope, none are illuminated.
All full daylight use. Good deal. Appreciate it. Any other questions? With that, I'll accept a motion to accept or deny the request for the sign variance.
Make a motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that item taken care of, we'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, February 28th, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business, approve the meeting minutes from the January 31st, 2023 regular meeting. Will entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2 has been deferred. We will move on to item number 3. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, the retreat at Finch Branch Phase 1, property located off Centennial Drive, requested by Sonia Thompson, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a request for subdivision acceptance, and this is the retreat at Finch Branch, Phase 1. And the property is located off of Centennial Drive. It's also located off of Irvin and Greenwood Drives. So zooming in, you can see the, this is Centennial here to the north in this location. So it comes in from the north, and then the developer extended this street to the intersection here with the other road that was built with the development. And then most of you know this is now a three-way stop at Irvin and Greenwood in the new road. And then the mail kiosk is near there as well. And this is the plat that goes along with the project. So you can see the lot arrangements and the street layout. And staff has been working a long time with this development. So right now, I'll turn it over to the city engineer, Gary Lyden.
Thank you, sir.
The engineering department recommends acceptance.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a favorable recommendation.
We have a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? I'll be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Item number 4 is deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Item number 5, the applicant is running a few minutes behind with traffic, so we're going to move that one to the end. We'll move on to item number 6. Site plan, Kroger, modification to site to allow for grocery pickup area, requested by Dollar and Ewers. Property located at 5145 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15, parcel 2.11, C4 Shopping District, C4 Shopping Center Zoning District. Property owned by Kroger Limited Partnership. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the request for site plan approval. These are parking improvements and interior renovations to the building now. Earlier, when they came to us last year, it was a building addition to improve the grocery pickup service, and now they've decided to move into the space that Gowdy's Seafood has vacated. So they no longer are doing that addition on the sidewalk area. But this is the property on the screen outlined in blue. And most of the roof here that's white is the main part of Kroger. Of course, this is Murfreesboro Road to the south. And you probably remember from the workshop, since they're not doing as many changes to the store, well, getting ahead of myself. Here's the zoning map. So this is all C4 with this hatched area. A white background is the C4 Shopping Center District. And then these are photos. It shows the front of the Kroger store. And then this is closer up to the building, and this is the area where they're making the changes for the grocery pickup service. So, of course, staff comments were reduced quite a lot when they decided to go a different direction and not do the sidewalk addition and instead move into the Gowdy's Seafood space. So, weren't a lot of comments 2 weeks ago, but the handicap spaces, Planning Commission had asked them to be moved. So Kroger or their consultant did do that. They've resubmitted, so this is the new plan that's in your packets, and this is the old. So you can kind of, I'm going to toggle back and forth, and you can kind of see what they did with these spaces, old versus new. And it's a fairly minor project, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
Chairman, with them making the changes as we requested, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 7. Final plat, Carruthers Crossing, Phase 3, 121 residential lots on 45.2 acres requested by SEC. Property located on Carruthers Road, tax map 29, parcel 29. PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Burkett Hills Investment Group, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Carruthers Crossing is requesting a final plat approval for Phase 3. And on the screen here, you can see the entire area is 92 acres, the entire development, and we're looking only at Phase 3, which is at the south end of the project. And this does touch Davidson County, so it's right on the border. These homes here to the north are in Davidson County. So this section is under development. It's approximately 45 acres, and they are proposing 121 residential lots. And this is the zoning map, so you can see this is zone PDR, which is planned density residential. It's much more specific planning, much more specific zoning than, say, an R1, which this orange area is just the basic R1 low-density residential. So this project's been under development for a number of years. I think it started in '07, and I know it was caught by the financial downturn in '08 and '09, and then it changed hands and was under new ownership. So you all have been seeing this exact piece of land for 13 or 14 years, some of you. But they're making a lot of progress, and now it's really taking shape out there. These are some photos. There's gonna be a lot of new homes out there. So here's another shot. I think this was taken maybe last week, but different housing types. It's a variety of living spaces. So here's the plat that they're asking approval for. They are showing sidewalks on both sides of all streets. And I believe it built out, this is for 121 in this phase, and I think the total is 568. So 568 single-family dwellings when it's all done. That's a lot. So there weren't any staff comments at the workshop, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? None. We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to number 8. Preliminary plat, Villages of Woodland Hills, 85 residential lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC. Property located near Woodland Hills Drive and Highland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcels 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
This request is for a preliminary plat, the Villages at Woodland Hills. And this is, it's located off Woodland Hills Drive as well as Highland Hills Drive. And this is the newest plan on the screen, and I do have the older versions in here as well, so I've kept those. But this shows the entire project. They're calling for 85 residential lots in this project on 48.05 acres. older plans, and these photos, some of you have seen many times now, but these are the stub-out streets that were left from the earlier phases of Woodland Hills. So these were left for future development, so you can see that in the photos. And there's a proliferation of basketball goals, which seems to be fairly common all over Tennessee. Just a heavily wooded area, so this will now be under development with these 85 homes. It looks like all the comments are being taken care of. I'll turn it over to Mr. Light in case he wants to say anything.
Okay, yes, the engineer did indeed take care of all of our comments. However, I asked the engineer if y'all are interested in talking to him about, go back to the first sheet there, Paul.
Is that?
The slope one, that one.
Okay.
Okay, you can see in the lower right-hand corner where it's nearly black. That's a very steep area. We asked him at the workshop to provide profiles. He did on the 5 lots they're putting in there. He did prove that they are buildable, but 2 of them, lots 384 and 388, are going to be very interesting lots, but they are technically buildable, so therefore we don't have comments.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments on this item?
Just one question, and this is maybe more so for the engineer, but when it comes to, they're not going to have a new construction entrance for this. They're going to go through the subdivision, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything that we're going to have in place for the the existing road conditions for that area? Because it's already a well-populated neighborhood. So is there anything we're going to have in place to maintain that road? Because all that heavy equipment's going to come through.
Okay. I would defer that to the developer's engineer.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro. So we are also, SEC is also doing the construction plans for Mission Hills next door. Mm-hmm. And the intent is, fingers crossed, that we can coordinate the timing well enough that we can use their construction entrance to get farther into the site to avoid as much as we can of the existing residential part of Woodland Hills. Any part that we are not able to bypass, or if we do ultimately have to come in through the main entrance, we've already agreed to make sure that we're doing regular street sweeping to maintain a good, healthy environment that the residents are already used to.
Okay. Are y'all going to handle any, as far as maintenance, as far as damage to that road, if that occurs with y'all's equipment, if you're coming through the main entrance, the main thoroughfare for Woodland Hills?
Yes, if it was something that we directly would be responsible for, we would take care of.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for the applicant? On the one lot that our engineer was commenting on, any comments on that for us? I think it should be fine.
I'll just kind of touch on why he spoke of that. He is correct. That is a very steep area. Typically, we do lots that are kind of, here's a lot of options, and the builder can kind of go from there. These will be kind of reverse, where we will have a home footprint and work backwards from there. Not all of the lots that were requested profiles for will require this, but many of them will likely be walkout basements or similar. Yes, sir.
Any further questions on that?
So that they're all buildable, so you don't expect to be coming for a variance for any of them?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9 is deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
We are going to go back to item number 5 for everyone. I believe our applicant has arrived. Item number 5, site plan Dick Buchanan trailer storage in 2 new buildings of 7 and 12,000 square feet on 15.47 acres, requested by 615 Design Group. Property located at Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by CSJ and Associates LLC. Mr. Logan.
You'll excuse me a second. I'm trying to get back to the beginning. Okay, here we go. So this is the site plan request for Dick Buchanan trailer storage. It's located at 470 Dick Buchanan. And this project was here back in 2021. And that's the first time that this actual parcel came in with a site plan. And at that time, they had only proposed the parking area for the trailers. So here you can see, this is the property that we're considering tonight. This is the Kite Home Improvement Center and Carter Lumber to the south. And then this is Dick Buchanan Street that runs north and south. So that's the 15 or so acres that we're talking about. So back in 21, they just wanted the parking lot for trailer parking and trailer storage, and then they decided to add buildings later, which meant they had to come back to the Planning Commission. So the plans that you are seeing now this month have 2 proposed buildings on the site, and of course, a year and a half ago, it was no buildings. This dark rectangular area is the property. It's I-2, which is heavy industrial. So no issue there with trailer parking. It's allowed in I-2. And then this is the property. It's a different season, but anyway, that's what it looks like in summer. So this, it'll be here soon enough, I guess. So this is the, I believe that's the newest plan there that they've submitted. So you can see the detention pond has not really moved in all this time, but these are the 2 new buildings that are located closest to Dick Buchanan, and then the rear area is all parking for large trailers. So a little bit closer look. They're still using the one ingress egress off Dick Buchanan, and that has not changed. So just zooming in, you can see the details of the 2 buildings. They've got the uses listed. The one to the south, proposed building, minor maintenance with office, break room, and restroom, and it's 9,100 square feet. And then the building to the north is 12,000 square feet. And these are the older plans when they just had 1 building located there, so they're on there for reference. But all of the planning comments have been addressed. I know engineering's been working hard on a lot of comments, but I'll turn over to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir.
Okay, so we have 6 comments on here. The first 2, the Planning Commission is well aware of and is in agreement with. The third one was just a clarification, which is acceptable to engineering. The fourth one, we have worked with the engineer. He's been working with Hawkins, their paving contractor. We did not like the chip and tar section they had shown in an industrial use. What they have done is they have it's not really a chip and tar, although it kind of is now. It's a hybrid, but they are pre-mixing the gravel with the asphalt, putting in 1.5 inches thick, putting a prime coat, which is even more asphalt underneath it, then putting 8 inches of aggregate base. So now I believe, in my professional opinion, they do meet the letter of the statement of dustless and asphaltic in the zoning ordinance for this use. And that's item number 4. Item number 5, the engineer has been working with Public Works. Public Works had 20 comments, I believe. and the engineer addressed those this afternoon. We do not have Public Works' response to those yet. And we also, item number 6, we have not confirmed sewer availability yet. So we have 2 outstanding comments remaining.
Good. That's it?
That's it, yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there an applicant here? If you would, state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yeah, CJ Merle with 615 Design Group, 360 Coo Creek Circle, Smyrna, Tennessee. Thank you for being flexible tonight and allowing me to go towards the end. Happy to answer any questions y'all may have. As Gary said, we've worked very closely with them to address all of engineering's concerns. As far as Public Works concerns and in the utility comments, we received the vast majority of those this morning. And we're able to turn around a revised plan to them mid-afternoon, I think it was. But happy to answer any questions y'all may have related to those comments.
Thank you. The last 2 are kind of the big ones. Mr. Randolph, do you have anything you want to touch on there?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I will add the sewer availability. I did let Scott know that we would be submitting for water and sewer availability this week, and we'll also be making a formal request for a flow test as well, so that our sprinkler designers for the buildings can start work getting those calculations underway.
Mayor, do you have some?
My comments are, we've said before, we're not big contingency people, and this isn't necessarily contingency, but this is items not on plans, and one item that's not, we don't have an answer on yet. So for me, I'm not comfortable voting on this until we see it on the plans and we have that availability. That's I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
I would concur with that. This is a very large tract. We've seen this several times for the last couple of years with different layouts. And until everything gets put on the plat, as we've done through all these for many, many years, I would agree with the mayor that I don't feel comfortable with it too. Until it all gets done and everyone's signed off on it, we shouldn't actually be looking at it, to be honest.
Right. So, like the mayor said, and like Mr. Coates said, we don't do hardly anything on contingencies, if anything. So until we get those last 2 answered in paper and on paper,
well,
I would make a motion to defer.
That's what I was going to say. Is I'll make a motion to defer to move it out to the next workshop. And will that be enough time for you to get these resolved on the plans and the sewer availability? At least, well, that gives you a full month because we won't be meeting till the end of April.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly have the water and sewer availability submitted. Whether or not that is complete and we get a letter back from utilities or Public Works is, I guess, to be determined, but we'll do every effort, or we'll put every effort we can out to get it resolved. As far as their other comments that we got on the plan today, I feel very comfortable that we've addressed all of those, but certainly can get a meeting set up to make sure that we have.
Yeah, well, just the last few details that we need to finish up. So make sure everything's in order. So we have a motion on the table for.
I'll second it.
For a deferral. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will see you at workshop.
Yes, sir.
Get these knocked off the list for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 10, set bond amount for Carruthers Crossing Phase 3, Tax Map 29, Parcel 29, requested by SEC, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. The request to set the bond for Carruthers Crossing Phase 3, SEC, on behalf of their client, is requesting that the Planning Commission set the bond amount for all the public improvements. This property project consists of 68 lots, and I've gone too far. Here it is on the map. Of course, you just saw this a few items ago for their plat. This is Phase 3, so the same area of Carruthers Crossing. And per the subdivision regulations, the developer has submitted 3 construction bids, an average plus the required 20% contingency. and a stamped estimate provided by the engineer. Bids are from the Nickel Company, Hawkins Asphalt LLC, and Sessions Paving Company. And the engineer's estimate comes to $405,010. And that's all. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde now.
We concur with the engineer's recommended amount.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions or comments on these numbers? Everyone satisfied? We'll take a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We are up to date on all of these until June of this year, and that should be it.
Very good.
Thanks.
Any questions or comments on this item? Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Simple.
Good evening and welcome to the public hearing of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is February 7th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. First item, we have ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from an agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. If anyone would like to come up and speak on this item, now is the time.
My name's John Rutledge, live at 1125 Walden Road. I would like to remind the board that in July of this year, this property become before Planning Commission while I was on it for this same recommendation, and it was given an unfavorable recommendation at that time from the Planning Commission. December, 2 people were removed from that Planning Commission, and the next meeting, this comes before and gets a almost unanimous favorable recommendation. So it was interesting to me that Jason run on a low density, but he voted yes on the Planning Commission for this, to go from the lowest density that we have available to the highest density available. Didn't fight, didn't say nothing. That being said, if you watch the Planning Commission meeting from July, Jason was sitting in that chair when it was given an unfavorable recommendation. You can see it on the meeting. He immediately starts texting somebody with a look on his face like, sorry. So I oppose the board, do that research and look at that and find out why are we doing the things that we're doing as far as zoning goes in this city. Thank you.
Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come up and speak, now is the time.
Kim Gentry, 1047 Waldron Road. I attended the special hearing, Planning Commission sessions, several of them, during the process of organizing and working on this rezoning of the City of LaVergne. The last meetings I attended, there were still several unanswered questions as to far as procedure for the public library meetings open, how long they would be open, who would be in attendance at those meetings representing the city. So my question is, has there been a full procedure outlined for a timeline of those public meetings?
Ma'am, this is about this specific rezoning, not the zoning ordinance update.
Is that not what the rezoning of LaVergne?
No, this is the rezoning of this specific parcel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was on the whole rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to speak, now is the time. Seeing no one, we're going to move on to item number 2, ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.63 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. Again, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come and speak on this rezoning, now is the time. Seeing no one, I will close out the public hearing and we will reconvene at 6:45.
They did hip replacement.
I can't even remember his last name.
Yep, 89 years old.
Good evening, and we will begin the Citizens Forum. It is 6:45. We have 3 people who have signed up to speak. You will each have 3 minutes each. Please come forward and state your name and address. First, we have John Rutledge.
John Rutledge, 1125 Walden Road. I come to speak on behalf of the kind of the current affairs that are going on in the city right now. You know, I've got this recording from Channel 4, and I'm sure you've heard it. And it just states that you told Andrew that it wasn't who it was that gave you the information, and then apologized for it and said, I gave you the wrong information. So knowingly that you give the wrong information means you lied. That's the bottom line how that plays out. So you lying to start the whole thing off. Like you lied to him. Why are you not held accountable? Because you're not a city employee, right? Makes you scot-free. Sounds like it. I like the smirk. It's cool. What's better is that none of these citizens like it. You've been played. You do it all the time. I'm tired of it. We expect a resignation from you. You're the leader. You're asking for these officers to be post-certified, decommissioned, and just because they lied. Why are you not doing the same thing? Be a leader, Jason. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Steve McGill.
Steve McGill, 177 Blair Road, LaVergne. Last month, I came before this group to talk about the poor communication surrounding the water issue we had at Christmas. And I made the comment that, in my view, as a mayor-dominated city, it didn't seem to me that staff were empowered to lead. After the meeting, the mayor challenged me on that statement and told me I was uninformed. After the events of the past month with our police department, I'm even more convinced that we have a cultural and leadership problem in our city. It should not have taken one of the mayor's so-called secret squirrels to bring this horrific matter to the attention of the city. And after the facts we currently know have been disclosed, I have to say I'm devastated at what's been revealed. I'm devastated because a culture was allowed to exist among some officers that a fellow officer's health and life were worth less than a quick sexual encounter. Officer Hall deserved more from her coworkers and leaders, and she was failed many times along the way. Each individual is accountable for his own actions, but this is a situation from the beginning that signaled a very troubled culture within the department and the city. So what am I asking you to do as a BOMA who doesn't run the day-to-day operations of the city? Exactly that. Make sure you have competent professional leadership to manage the hundreds of employees that work for the city. Last month, Mayor Cole made this statement to the media. I have full confidence in the police department's leadership team and their ability to lead the department. It was poor judgment to endorse the department's leadership before all facts could have possibly been known. I ask that you examine how the city operates and ensure that we have that professional management. The least you can do is have a discussion on the mayor's hire fire authority that Alderman Waldron has been requesting for years.
Next, we have Kim Gentry.
Kim Gentry, 1047 Waldron Road. I'm here tonight because I would like to say thank you to Alderman Waldron and Alderman Hobbs for speaking at the February 2nd workshop on the process of citizen notification in the LaVergne rezoning adoption process. I personally appreciate your advocating that website and social media notices are not enough to ensure citizens that they are informed that the property may or may not be changing zoning classifications. You particularly advocated for citizens who may not use these communication mediums, specifically older generations. I further want to inquire what, if any, procedure, as I started earlier, was outlined since the August 22nd, 2022 special PC meeting. At this meeting, Melissa Piegler of the consulting firm Noted citizens would be able to speak at citizen forums and request special consideration for their proposed property zoning changes. However, that changes to individual parcels would probably not be considered unless an entire area was considered for a reverting change. The reasoning being that this defeated the entire purpose of the zoning map reclassifications. At that time, no one member of the Planning Commission clearly rebutted this reasoning. This concerns me. Do we have a plan in place with a timeline outlined for public meetings at the library, and how many who will be able to attend and who will be able to attend, how it will be advertised, and what city representation will be there to answer questions? Has procedure been specifically outlined on how to handle citizen requests for not changing their zoning, and what criteria will be used to allow changes? These all need to be set in place, and rather than being a moving target. Are we assured as citizens that a standard procedure will be set so that all fairness is given to every citizen versus randomly dealing with each parcel?
Thank you. With that, I will close out the citizens forum, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is February 7th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening on a beautiful day in your world. Lord, we would ask that you would put your hands down on our fair city. Help us to begin the healing. Lord, we'd also ask that the heart-wrenching news that come out of Turkey and Syria is just unbearable for so many people. Lord, we'd ask that you would help this board make the right decisions and the best decisions for the city and its citizens. Lord, we come to you and ask you through your sons, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is to approve the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 regular meeting.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. As you can see on the prompter there, we have the 2023 calls for service for the month of January, which include 4 burglaries, 9 thefts from motor vehicles, or what we would call a vehicle burglary, motor vehicle thefts, recovered stolen vehicles, robberies, assaults, domestics, thefts, homicides, and overdoses. As you can see, we had 4 burglaries. And I'm going to turn to the next page. 3 of those were residential burglaries. 1 was a burglary to a business. The main targeting areas were sheds, tool sheds, garages, etc. And there were no specific trends to be associated with those being from the same persons. We had 9 cases of motor vehicle burglaries, and again, these were from vehicles that all were unlocked. We have gotten with streets to get up some more public service announcement signs throughout the city to lock your vehicles, take your property out of them, and secure them as best you can. So we're hoping that that's going to be somewhat impactful. We had 10 stolen vehicles during the month of January, and 7 of those have been recovered during that same time frame, whether inside the city or by other jurisdictions. On the overdoses that we had in January, thankfully, none of the residents died from any of those overdoses. And so we're going to try and keep working towards minimizing that to the best of our ability. There were 132 total arrests in the month of January. We had 3,261 calls for service, 845 traffic stops, yielding 18 DUI arrests, 22 drug violation arrests. Our Blue Sentinel ALPR system scanned 1,669,430 license plates, resulting in 3,430 hits. From those, we were able to get stolen vehicles, stolen license plates, locate missing persons and/or wanted persons out of this. It's a very successful application, and we're really happy and grateful to have it. We had 96 total crashes for the month, 86 resulting in property damage. 14 of those were injury crashes, resulting in the injuries of 16 persons. Our main areas of concern were Waldron and Murfreesboro Road at the intersection, and also Industrial Boulevard, which we will be working towards getting some more presence and trying to do more impact in those areas. Any questions?
Any questions about the report? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that, again, as month to month, you have had opportunity to look at our monthly report. I think for the first time in probably 2+ years, we have reduced our call volume by 2 runs from last year, this same month. So we're trending downward already this year, so that's a good thing. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, and everything's on par.
Ronnie, will you talk to us real quick about the recent ISO report?
Absolutely. The past 2 years during our strategic planning meeting and pre-budget workshops, I informed the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that we would be asking and engaging the Insurance Service Office, or ISO, into a evaluation, which comes typically every 3 to 5 years, but we asked it to be scheduled. That allowed us to put a target date on it, or at least a month. Significant amount of work done by the firefighters of this city. Could not be any more proud of what they've accomplished as a department. A lot of work, a lot of change, a lot of new processes without question, and they have triumphed without and overcame. We also have strong work from our water department. We have Michael Dietz, water engineer, Scott Tatalevich, which has provided us with a significant change in our water evaluation system that proved we had more water, and Miss Jamie Inslee from Griggs and Maloney, which also provided us a water model electronic system to validate how much water we have in the city. So October of 2022, ISO paid their visit after we have done a tremendous amount of work providing them with information. At that time, we went through about 3 or 4 months of waiting. And just last week? Last Monday, we received a letter from the insurance office awarding us an ISO classification of a 2 or 2X, increasing our ISO rating by 1 point. That puts us in the top 11% of the fire departments in the state of Tennessee, roughly 840 fire departments, 37 have an ISO 2, and only 8 have an ISO 1. So that moves us to a significant area within the state of Tennessee. It validates what our firefighters do every single day. It provides feedback to the money that's invested from Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and the taxpayers' dollars is going to a good service providing life and property protection.
Yes, sir. And then residents can later on reach out to their insurance company?
Absolutely. So this ISO classification becomes effective May 1st of this year. I encourage each property owner that has insurance, business or residential, to contact their insurer. It's not a guarantee that it will decrease, but if your insurance company uses the ISO rating scale to base your premiums on, it should or could increase or decrease your premiums each year.
And then we're putting together a plan to start tackling it, other items that we can improve upon. Is that right?
Absolutely. So they range from very low-hanging fruit, just processes, being a little more present and better documentation in some cases. Some cases are going to be some heavy lifts, some some money. Personnel is going to come on board for the next year or so with a new fire station, which should help. A training facility would be a tremendous asset to this department and the ISO rating. But we have already started a deep dive into where we can improve that. And, you know, Vice Mayor, no, you're not come from the athletic world, correct? Did you ever tell anybody you wanted to be number 2?
I don't know, there's some good teams out there. 2's better than 12. But
take-
I want to be number 1.
I want to
yes.
know. Come on, man, I set you
Don't
up.
put me on the spot, because I'll tell you the truth.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I consider us being in the top 10 to 11% of the departments in the state of Tennessee a very significant acknowledgement for this city and this department.
When will that come out as far as your ISO? When is that up next?
Typically, they happen every 3 years.
Right.
Now, COVID has disrupted a lot of that in the last 5 years that pushed things back, even though we were in a 2 or 2.5 years of the COVID. It pushed back things that were to happen 2 years ago. So we're on the back end of that. The last evaluation we had was 2016. We were in ISO 3. Previous to that, my understanding when we were LaVergne Fire Incorporated, prior to belonging to the city, we were in ISO 5. So we've made incremental improvements through the years. Again, there's money invested, time invested, and a lot of work that got us to this point.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
I got 2 questions. The weather is just about stopped the construction on 283 Old Nashville Highway. Is that going to push back the opening of the station?
I hold my breath talking to the architect and our project manager. We've been 20 plus days without any construction over there because of the rain and the weather. We were on site today, did some evaluations of the soil, looking at exactly how suitable that is for construction. We should have a solid footing to work on, as our study showed. But it's going to take some warm weather and some wind to dry that site out. So we will see some progress in the next weeks working on the sides of the property, back parking lot, front parking lot. So you will start seeing equipment there again, hopefully within the next week.
I know the groundhog the other day, he's seen his shadow, so 6 more weeks.
No, sir. No, sir. It's a significant mud hole without question, but Lord willing, some dry weather and some wind, and we'll start our construction project for sure.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see 74 help desk tickets, 553.5 man hours. Not all of that, but a significant amount of that was devoted to repairing some plumbing in the concession stands. The First Ball Complex, we had a freeze back probably a month or so ago when that cold weather came through. So a lot of that was taken up with that. Upcoming events on your thing, on your handout, it says none. Our next event is actually the Easter drive-through, but that's not until April. So we're going to include that on next month's report also. You see our past events, Martin Luther King. If you missed it, I encourage everyone to please go online and watch that. If I had to describe it with one word, it would probably be wow. That was an amazing ceremony. February 4th, this past Saturday, was our father-daughter dance. Incredible turnout. We would like to thank Taylor Farms for their donations. They're always big in helping us at our events, donating stuff for us. You can see the senior past events, breakfast at Hardee's. Some of the upcoming events, their Valentine's dinner and dance. They got several lunch outings planned. Our upcoming meetings, February the 20th, Senior Center at 4:30, Park and Rec at 6, and then the Greenway Advisory at 7. Any questions?
So David, you got a few more people show up this year than last year to the father-daughter dance?
We definitely had a few more, and it was, I don't want to say we were caught off guard, but we were definitely caught off guard. Originally, going into it, we originally thought we would plan for 150. We had 8 last year. So we thought, okay, we'll go ahead and buy for 250, and we'll be eating cupcakes for a couple of weeks. We probably had 400 or 500 people come through there. The bad thing about that is we want to try to accommodate everybody. So we are going to make plans next year to move that back to the school, and we will plan on 500. And everybody in the city may be eating cupcakes for a month, but we're definitely going to have enough. You know, we debated about, it started at 2 to 4. We debated about 2:30. We knew we were going to run out of supplies. Do we go to the store and play catch up? But at that point, we're never going to catch up. So we just decided to ride it out. Didn't see anybody coming out of the building sad or disheartened about the event. Had good positive feedback. Many of you on this board participated, and we certainly appreciate that. We're glad you guys came out because at one point they were lined up to the softball field concession stand back there. So they were coming out of the woodwork. But that's what we like to see. You know, after last year, we downsized. We were planning, if we had 50 or 60 people, we would have been excited about that. So I know Kathy is definitely thrilled over that turnout.
No, it was
Any other questions?
It was a nice event.
It was a great event. It got a little crowded, a little warm inside, but we're going to make adjustments for next year. So
Thank you. I think you did a wonderful job. My family, we all enjoyed ourselves. It was great. Thank
well, we
you.
appreciate it. You know, when it first got started, I don't know if this is our 8th year. It started at the multipurpose building. Over the course of 2 or 3 years, we outgrew that, so we moved to the gym. Once COVID hit, our numbers just dwindled. Last year, we had 8, so then we couldn't really justify that big of a space. So we're going to try to build it back up, and I think everybody pushing it out, constant flood on media and social pages really helped us a lot. Handouts to the school definitely helped. So yeah, we're looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming out.
And people that I spoke with, parents were like, next year? And I said, oh, yes, next year it's going to be at the high school, or not at the high school, but at the school gym, and there'll be a whole lot more room. And they're like,
Yeah.
okay, we're looking forward to it for next year.
Yeah, and you know, if you watch social media or even follow those pages, you're going to get a few negative comments here. I would say 98% of those were positive. It's hard to please everybody, but in the long run, that's our goal. We don't want to see a child walk away from any of our events disheartened or not having a good time. So we want to accommodate everybody. So that's definitely our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library, Ms. Donna B. Bow.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening.